So this pick originally, and I'm going through the draft grades here for round 2 one last time before we get to round 3. Round 4 is underway, so yes, here are the grades we've posted. So all the grades for round 2 are up. Oh, fucking bullshit. So yes, we're going through this one more time, and yeah, it's day 3 of the draft, folks. Still waiting on a few names. Okay, god damn it. Yeah, I'm cussing because the font isn't in the correct formation. And I'm gonna cuss. I'm a perfectionist. I consider myself to be the Leonardo DiCaprio of NFL draft experts. I don't care if people find that repulsing or offensive. That's how massive my ego is. But let's get back to this. So Jacoss, Birch Kirker, Logan Jones, McNeil Warren. So yes, these are all the grades for round 2. I am going to start working on round 3, but first we got to break down the trade that has happened. And so the trade, the Buffalo Bills had this pick. So did the Raiders get it in a trade here? No, the Raiders had this pick. As of this morning, the Raiders had this pick. What exactly happened between the Raiders and Bills? Because the Bills had this pick as of this morning. So I'm not exactly sure what's happening here. But the Raiders did have this pick as of this morning. And knowing this, no, because the Raiders at 102, they traded up to 101. I don't know what else they got in the trade, but Buffalo moved down a spot with the Raiders. I'm guessing they got like a 6th or 7th round pick, something. I don't know exactly what the detail is, but the Raiders have moved up. So we'll see what happens here. But yes, that's the pick here. I have not started grading for round 3, but yeah. Until the Raiders pick is in, I don't know what the issues are, whether it's Wi-Fi. Yeah, I am wearing the same stuff as yesterday because we have so much work we got to do. It's going to be a long 7 hours, and we knew we were going to have our hands full today. Fucking kidding me. God fucking damn it. All right, so the Raiders have made their selection here. And the pick is in. Jermod McCoy, Tennessee. So the only thing to do now is to wait. is it'll be either Jermod McCoy or Elijah Surratt. Because we had 3 first-round players on the board to start round 4. But Jermod McCoy to start round 4 is a really good pick. Okay, Jermod McCoy, you get him. He was one of 3 first-round talents to make it to day 3. And I'm kind of seeing what's going to happen with Surratt and Brian Parker because I have both those players graded ahead of McCoy. But this is a great pick by the Raiders. And you got Jermod McCoy in trading Stukes. Honestly, the secondary is going to be a lot better with McCoy, with Stukes, and with Eric Stokes. You can move Eric Stokes to nickel. You honestly could. I think with that cornerback tandem, Jermod McCoy, you can play Jermod McCoy, you can play Eric Stokes at boundary, and you can move Traden Stukes inside to nickel. I know he's probably going to play free safety, but I have him listed as a corner, but his specialty zone coverage, so we'll see. But we'll see how the Raiders utilize him this year as we get to the regular season and what the depth charts look like, because I can guarantee you both McCoy and Stukes are starting if they're healthy, and they're both going to probably be steals. And the secondary is just going to be tough to throw on. And yeah, Jude Bowery, I have a backup grade on Jude Bowery. I know he has 82 potential, but I don't ever see him becoming a starting left tackle on the Bills. I think Bowery, that was a reach. I gave the Bills 2 A+ grades, and then they pull this shit and take a backup. So yeah, that's probably going to be an F grade for me in round 4. But yeah, because Bills went from having 2 A+ grades to having an F grade. So, you know, the Jets have 103. All right, so we've already got the Carson Beck write-up done. The Carson Beck grade. Daryl Jackson Jr. I do like the Daryl Jackson Jr. pick. That is a good pick. And the Cardinals pick is in for the 4th round. Caleb Proctor, Southeast Louisiana, and the Cardinals are drafting him as a 34 left end. So right now, I don't know exactly who we're going to put on the cover for round 4. It might be Hey, Joey, you're here? All right, so the first 4 picks of round 4 are in. The Raiders moved up with the Bills at from 102 to 101 to get Jermod McCoy. The Bills reached for backup left tackle Jude Bowery, who I do not have a starter grade on. I've got an 83. Anything under an 85 is a backup. The Jets took Darrell Jackson Jr., which I like. And then the Cardinals have got Caleb Proctor. I'm pretty certain LJ Collier, the backup 34 left end, is probably going to get cut in training camp with one. Because right now you've got Walter Nolan as the 34 right end, Darius Robinson, the 2 first-round picks, 34 left end, and then the backup 34 right end, Dante Stills, final year rookie deal. The backup 34 left end is LJ Collier, but I think Caleb Proctor from Southeastern Louisiana is good enough to beat out LJ Collier for that backup job. I don't think he's a day one starter. And with 2 first-round picks like Nolan and Robinson, as long as they're healthy, they're starting. But I do think he's good enough to win a second-string job on the Cardinals somewhere, wherever that is, in whatever role, whatever capacity that's in. So that's what's happened in the 4th round so far.
Well, I gave you the breakdown on the injury earlier this morning before I had to do my shit. And the major thought process needs Collier. He may end up a starter. He's got potential.
Yeah, Proctor does have potential.
Got it.
You got Jermod McCoy, the Tennessee corner, and LJ Collier back up on the Cardinals mixed up. But yeah, it's like, you're right. The Raiders have 2 guys who could be number 1 and number 2 corners in McCoy and Stooks now. Also, they can move Eric Stokes to nickel. I think they would move Stooks to nickel because Stooks can play free safety. And I think, even though I do like Stooks' ceiling, I feel like they would want that versatility of being able to use him at nickel corner as well as free safety in only 2 cornerback sets. So that's how I think the Raiders are going to utilize Traden Stooks, their 2nd-round pick. But the Chargers are about to announce their selection here.
I can't see it yet, so...
Brennan Thompson, wide receiver, Mississippi State. I did have a 7th-round grade on him, but he did run the fastest 40 time of any receiver at the Combine. So that is the Chargers pick, Brennan Thompson. So Brennan Thompson is the pick here. Brennan Thompson, wide receiver, Mississippi State. I think I do have an 87 on him for potential. I do like him, but I'm just not sure how much of an impact he can have, and can he beat out some of these other guys on the roster. I think McConkey and Johnson are locked in as the top 2. And then you got Trey Harris from last year's 2nd-round pick from Ole Miss. I like Thompson. He might end up starting out in a special teams role, Joey, because he can be used in a gadget role like Deebo Samuel.
Thompson ain't a bad prospect. I mean, that's what Chris Curran saying. Not a bad prospect.
Yeah.
What is questionable more than anything is the team he's going to, because they've got a couple good wide receiver prospects in the works already.
Yeah.
So how much attention is he actually going to get to develop? That's a big question there.
It is.
So he's not a bad prospect. Just went to a different situation where it may not.
I mean,
he may not just like.
Right now, you have Johnston, Trey Harris, Ladd McConkey as your starters. The number 4 receiver is Darius Davis, who's in the final year of his rookie deal. You also have Keandre Lambert-Smith as your wide receiver 5. And then Udiafa's Delvian Campbell, Jaquay Jackson are 6 and 7, but those two guys are probably going to be training camp cuts with Brennan Thompson pushing Keon. I think Thompson can beat out Lambert Smith for the wide receiver 5 job. He could possibly jump Darius Davis too. But if he does it, he'll start out as a wide receiver 5 and get eased in. And if he doesn't win wide receiver 5 and he's wide receiver 6, he'll play on special teams. So really, it's a win-win scenario regardless of where he ends up, Joey, for the Chargers at this point in the draft. He'll come in, he'll compete for the number 4, number 5, or number 6 receiver role, and if he doesn't win the 4 or 5, he'll go on special teams. I would say that's a win-win for the Chargers, even though you could argue there were better receivers on the board.
I'll ask you this. Malachi Corley's been a number 5 receiver for 2 different teams in the last 2 years. Is he better than Malachi Corley?
I would say no, because I think I had an 87 on Thompson for potential. I had a 91 on Corley, but Corley is not close to reaching his ceiling.
It's like right now, because 2 teams in 2 years, number 5, we're talking about him being number 5 receiver. Is he better than that right now?
I think he'll get a bigger role when the Chargers move on from Quentin Johnston and pay Ladd McConkey. But for this season, he will probably be a number 5. And then he'll be a number 4 in year 2. And then you're probably looking at him starting in 2028 as a slot receiver next to McConkey once he gets paid and once the Chargers move on from Quentin Johnston. So he'll go number 5. I'm undecided because I'm looking at the year-to-year projections, Joey. I think he's a number 5 this year, a number 4 in 27, and a number 3 in 28.
Right now, compared to a player that's done it for 2 years at the same position, because that is multiple teams that you're looking at, and can he be out a number 5 receiver of multiple teams?
I don't think he'll be a number 5 receiver. I think he'll start out as a number 5 and he'll work his way up into a bigger role each season, unlike Corley.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
All right. The Texans took... Yeah, because Darius Davis in the final year of his rookie deal, and I think he'll jump Davis as the number 4 next year. They'll let Davis walk, and then if Quentin Johnston leaves, he'll become the number 3 next to Trey Harris and Ladd McConkey, assuming McConkey gets paid, which I believe he will get paid. But the Texans took Fabechi Nwosu, who I had a 3rd-round grade on, second right guard the Texans have drafted today. That's the second one. So they took Rutledge in the 1st round, and they took Nwosu in the 4th round. So the Texans have double dipped at the right guard spot. Yeah, if you had told us the Texans would be the first team to double dip at the right guard spot, I don't know what our reaction would have been. But Williams Niners are on the clock. He couldn't make it today, personal reasons. I'm not going to explain why on the show. I don't think he'd be cool with that. So 107, his Niners are up. Hopefully they can make a pick that it fires up this crowd here. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the Texans doubling up on the offensive line. Okay, I don't know why that's screen sharing here. All right, so yes, we're still here. I've got 68 grades up on Draft Utopia now for the 3rd round. Who do we got here? It's pick 69, Bears from the and I'll get the Kieran Crawford stuff. I'll get that up simulator later, but like I'm using Google Chrome. I'm using the Brave browser for Restream instead of Google Chrome, which is what I usually use, and it's been a lot faster today. So that's something I am looking at here with the with all the stuff in play here. But yes, the Niners, so the two players we're going to add two edge rushers. We're going to add Wesley Williams and Kean Crawford. Wesley Williams, he's a Duke edge rusher. He had double-digit quarterback hurries. Even though he didn't have double-digit sacks, he did have 16 quarterback hurries, according to CFB stats. So I am going to add Wesley Williams, the Duke edge rusher, and then I'm going to add Kieran Crawford to our draft simulator. So, yeah, those are the two players we're going to add. And then the 49ers still waiting on their pick. We're still waiting on that selection here. So, yes, the Niners, 107, Christian McCaffrey lookalike. The fan is announcing the pick. Grayson Halton, Oklahoma defensive tackle, who I had a third-round grade on. The sad thing is that is the Niners' best pick of this draft. Grayson Halton, I had a third-round grade on him. He was actually my, I think he was my fifth best defensive. I think he was my sixth best defensive tackle in the entire draft. So you get him, and you got Osa Odigizua, and you got Alfred Collins as your starters, and you got Halton now in a depth role at defensive tackle. So I actually really like that pick for San Francisco, and I think we can agree, Joey, that is probably their best selection of this draft so far. Grayson Halton, Oklahoma defensive tackle. And they're going to have more bodies up front, and that definitely does help. Jonah Coleman. Jonah Coleman is a Denver Bronco. The Broncos select Jonah Coleman, my second best running back in the draft. I'm kind of curious who I had graded higher between Harvey and Coleman, because I think I had a 93 for potential on Jonah Coleman, and I think I had RJ Harvey graded lower in terms of upside, but I am double checking. Because I am genuinely curious to see which running back I had graded higher in terms of potential. I am, because I liked Harvey last year, but he struggled, and this is really good value. This is really good value for Jonah Coleman here in the fourth round. This is really good value. So. Okay, I had a 91 for potential on RJ Harvey. I have a 93 on Jonah Coleman. So, yeah, that is a fantastic pick here. And with Coleman and Harvey both on rookie deals, I think you let those two compete with Dobbins, and you have three really good running backs in that backfield for Bo Nix. So, yes, excellent pick by Denver in the 4th round at 108. I'd argue outside but top of this round, that's probably the best pick in the 4th round. And Jadon candidate out of
No, that happened, Paris. I'm still thinking about take away the Broncos. That this is just all right. Because I don't share your optimism on him. But he's not a bad take. So he's just.
I had him.
The next pick.
I had him graded. I had him graded higher than Price, the Seahawks running back, Seahawks 1st round pick. I had him graded higher than Price. So I know there are a lot of people high on Price.
Well, I was the one high on the pick. Just the player. So, just saying.
Yeah, I've got an 85 for potential on Jadon Kennedy, the Chiefs pick, 4th round pick. Another player I'll probably have to add to the simulator. He can play corner as well as safety, and the Bengals have just traded 110 to the Jets. So the New York Jets now on the clock. I'm not sure if Coleman, even if Coleman to his potential, I'm not sure. Regardless of where he ends on the depth chart, you have for this season with Dobbins in a 1-year contract, with J. Harvey, and we have a really good 1-2-3 in that backfield for Bo Nix, and that is very crucial with a QB on a rookie deal to have that type of depth and stability at the running back position. But the Jets pick is in. I don't know who it is yet.
Chris, I'm not sure why you said that, because round 1 through 3, you're looking for starters. Round 4 through 7, you're looking for.
I look for starters with every single pick. I look for potential starters with every single pick.
There might be players that slip through the cracks. I'm not going to argue that point, because we have seen some really great talent at times.
Joey, our thought processes are different, and that's fine. And that's fine. But when
but this is general thinking.
Yes,
general
but
thinking among general managers, 1 through 3 starters, anything else, you're looking at depth or surprise guys that you can rock with.
Yeah, but I try to get it.
I'm not going to get a surprise here.
Yeah, I try to make every pick count. My thought process is different from the average general managers. I want to make every pick I have count. Okay? And that should be encouraged.
But, general managers want to be realistic, too.
Yeah.
You're not going to take an undrafted free agent in round 4 and say, My God, he's going to be our starter.
But Jonah Coleman's not an undrafted free agent. He's a top 40 player. A player that we had 100 spots ahead of Jadarian Price, who went 32nd to Seattle.
If you had that grade on him, that's different. But you didn't say you had a top 40 grade on him.
Yeah, I did have a top 40 grade on him. So, yes. I mean,
we can go with that.
All right.
You got a better grade on him. But the way you put it was like, well, he's not going to start right away, and he's in the fourth round.
I didn't say he wouldn't start. It was a question mark. It was a question mark more so than, but I do have a top 40 grade on Jonah Coleman. So probably should have opened with that.
We can't do question marks at the end of the sentence when speaking.
Yeah, that's fair. But the Jets pick is in. The Jets pick is in. We have to roast Woody Johnson. You can get back to roasting me on this later, all right?
I will, even if it's not fair. I'll definitely roast you more.
All right, but let's roast Woody Johnson now. The Jets pick is in, and it is
Let's roast Woody Johnson more.
Cade Klubnik, Clemson quarterback.
I'm not actually sure we can roast him on that one. I'm actually disappointed I don't get to roast Woody Johnson on that.
I mean, I had a few QBs ahead of him. I had Nussmeier ahead of him. I had Pavia ahead of him, but he was a preseason first-round prospect. So if this is the guy you want to take a flyer on, that's fine. It's the fourth round. You're not going to get a lot of backlash. I think the worst grade you can give this is a B or maybe a B minus. Because even though I have a fifth-round grade on him, I think the worst grade you could give this is either a B or a B minus at this point in the draft. Because I have a higher ceiling grade on Klubnik than I do Aller.
So if you go round 4?
Yeah, Cade Klubnik. I had a fifth. Yeah, so I had a fifth on him, but he went in round 4 at pick 110. The Jets traded up for him with the Bengals.
I can't get upset with that because I wanted to roast Woody Johnson and I can't. Okay, so I can get upset with that part. But with Klubnik, it's like, here's raw talent. Raw talent, if you look at it.
This has been a really good Jets draft. I mean, David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., D'Angelo Pons, Darrell Jackson Jr., the Florida State defensive tackle, and now Klubnik with their 6th selection so far today. This has probably been the best Jets draft in a long time, which is actually saying something.
It hasn't been a really good draft for the Jets, even though early I said, this is freaking stupid because they aren't picking anybody that can give them interceptions and get them turnovers. And what do? They take somebody who don't cover. Okay. Well, they don't have a quarterback. They can 100% come on. So what do? They take Klubnik. Is he going to throw that way? Absolutely not. But he's going to do because they already started.
And the Broncos have just selected Cage Casey. The Boise State tackle that was in my top 50 has just been picked by the Broncos.
This is stupid. It's like, stupid teams are making good middle round picks. This is not stupid. This makes me feel bad.
I mean, the only team that reached in the middle rounds is the Bills. They took Bowery, who we had an undrafted grade on, the Boston College left tackle. I like Logan Taylor.
That's the point. They're not reaching. They're actually making good picks. And some of the stupid teams, like the Jets, are actually making good picks here. I don't like that because I can't roast them.
Yeah, the only team you can roast on day 3 so far is the Bills. But Jerry Jones is on the clock. I mean, we saw Jerry Jones with Bill Clinton earlier this week. We saw Ray Lewis with President Trump. So, yeah.
I don't think Jerry Jones is going to reach. I think Jerry Jones is going to take the best player humanly possible because he has talked about it for a year that he is getting up there in age. I think he said he's 84 now, and he will do anything to win another Super Bowl. So he is going all in on everything. And
Ugh.
so I don't think
Another reach. This is a player I had an 83 or an 82 on for potential, just under my 85 starter benchmark, but can be a good depth player. A player you're actually high on, Drew Shelton. So I don't see him as a starter, but he can be a good depth player.
Okay, that's not a reach. That's another to develop into a starter.
I don't think he can develop into a starter, but
the problem is for Jerry Jones is he's looking for immediate starter, so he doesn't die before the next Super Bowl. He has stated, and he doesn't want to. So,
he's a swing tackle at best.
Well, it's a great pick for the Cowboys, but it's a horrible pick for Jerry Jones.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
On what Jerry Jones said, like this dude can be the left tackle of the future.
I don't think he can. I don't think.
It really defeats the purpose when you come to Jerry Jones. So, I mean, take that one as you want it. Because Jerry Jones wants now, this screams of a Steven Jones pick, because Steven Jones is going to be around for 20 years. Jerry Jones is not.
Yeah, it's a better pick than a Bowery, but it still feels like a reach for me. But I know you were high on him, so we'll see what happens with this development.
I would have praised any other team for this, because I thought he's great, as a developmental future left tackle. But with the Cowboys, it's complicated because Jerry Jones said he wants now.
Well, they have Tyler Guyton at left tackle. They've got Guyton at left tackle, and as long as he's on the roster, I don't think Shelton's ever going to start for Dallas, and he's basically just going to be Guyton's backup.
And that also is part of it, because it's like, if Jerry wants it all now, that's why it screams at Steven Jones, because Steven's like, Dad, you want it all now, but I haven't inherited this yet. We've got to look after me, too.
Yeah, Drew Shelton, if he gets a starting opportunity, it's probably going to be on another team. It's probably not going to be on the Cowboys. It's probably going to be on a different team.
Yeah, because as much as you like to say Steven is a great mind that has great influence, like, we all know Jerry's the guy that the buck stops with as long as he's alive.
Yeah.
And
And Guyton can help you win now. I don't know if Shelton can. But a good swing tackle, but I feel like he's mainly a depth pick, with Guyton still on his rookie deal for 3 more seasons.
And with any other team, I'd say he has a chance to potentially bring the starting lineup, but with the Cowboys, it's like, no, and I get the feeling Jerry's going to say, if we can get anybody, then we're going to ship them off for something we can use immediately, even if that works against Steven's benefit.
Yep.
The pick screams Steven Jones, but the desperation screams Jerry Jones is not going to let them.
Yeah.
So it is a difficult situation with this pick. And anybody who has any opinion on it at all, I'm not going to get upset with you, because this is complicated as hell based on your future, your present, what your present did, and how things are going. So just have your opinion and be happy.
Yeah, the only 2 players in my top 32 still on the board are Brian Parker II and Elijah Surratt. And the Colts worked out Elijah Surratt, so maybe Surratt comes off the board here. They haven't drafted a receiver. Ron talked about him like how... And Bjorn Werner's announcing the pick from Berlin, Germany. Bjorn Werner, he's announcing the pick from Berlin, Germany. The Colts mascot's in Berlin, Germany, too.
Okay.
And the Colts reach. They took the second best guard on Kentucky. I've got Josh Braun as the highest rated guard on Kentucky, but they took Jalen Farmer instead, who probably is nothing more than...
I like Farmer. Farmer, different type of guard. I think he's more of a all-around right guard.
Maybe not a high ceiling, but very good production. And some teams value production, football character, and traits over potential. That's part of the business, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, that was kind of interesting because I do like Farmer. I really like Farmer. But I didn't think that they would take him.
He'll probably be a backup to Matt Goncalves, because they moved Matt Goncalves, the Pitt right tackle, inside to right guard. And Jalen Travis is the starting right tackle on the Colts, because Jalen Travis, Colts 4th-round pick, did really well in relief of Braden Smith down the stretch once the Colts got eliminated from the playoffs with Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, but I think it's really good pick, but at the same time, the situation, kind of like the one with the Cowboys, with Drew, was it's just interesting.
I mean, he could be a very good backup, but I just don't see him jumping Goncalves on the depth chart as long as he's healthy or as long as he's on the Colts.
Yeah, like I said, it's a weird pick, but why are you taking this guy when you know he has that type of potential, but you know you already got a guy in front of him?
And the Cowboys took another player we had a backup grade on in the 4th round, Devin Moore. So that's 2 players, True Shelton and Devin Moore out of Florida. 2 players that I had backup grades on in the 4th round. So yeah. Jerry Jones is begging us to roast him at this point. Fool me once, shame on you.
The problem is, he's in Dallas.
You've got Kalen Carson, you've got Revel, and you got Bland. He's not correct that line. Good as I've got an 84 on him, which is 1 point below my starter grade. But as good as he is, he's not jumping Revel, Carson, or DeVron Bland. As long as those 3 are on the roster, he's not jumping any of them.
Yeah, and with the situation with the Cowboys and with Jerry Jones wanting to win a championship ASAP, it's like, what the hell are you making out of that?
Well, take Surratt, because he can push Pickens for wide receiver 2 right out of the gate. And you have leverage in the negotiations with Pickens if you get Surratt.
Yeah,
and the Ravens have just drafted Elijah Surratt, Joey. The Baltimore Ravens have just drafted Elijah Surratt.
And Jerry Jones could have had him. And Jerry Jones could have had him right there.
Yeah, but the Ravens have drafted 3 receivers, I believe. I believe the Ravens took a receiver in the 3rd round, too. I'm just trying to figure out who they took with that 3rd round pick. They took Jacoby Lane, but I had an 89 on Lane and I had a 94 on Surratt for potential. So I had Surratt graded significantly higher than Lane. So I think
I saw some of Dave Ruger's draft thing. I think he said you had the book, right?
The Beast, that's the guide. Yeah, the Beast.
Yeah.
It's behind like a...
Look it up.
Yeah.
The Browns got 406 on Ruger's book. What did the Ravens get with those 2 guys? Because I'm generally interested.
I'm wondering how much of a leash. I'm wondering what the Ravens are going to do at wide receiver now, because they got 2 receivers that we had with an 89 or higher potential, but I think as long as Bateman and Zay Flowers are healthy, they're going to be the top 2 guys. But Devontae Williams is definitely going to be reduced from a slot role to a wide receiver 5. So
yeah, but I'm gonna see his rankings. I love as Taylor and I want to see who the average rankings goes to. I mean, those are 4 really good receivers.
yeah,
Both in the AFC North. And that's why I think you have the book, because
I don't have the book, Joey. I don't have the book, but I know there are people that do have the book. But yeah, the Beast, it comes out every year. No, I don't have the book. I have the Phil Steele College Football Preview, which is a yearly magazine I buy, but I don't have the Beast. But yeah, Surratt was in my top 20, and you got him in round 4. That is a steal for the Baltimore Ravens. So yes, I'm gonna, now that we know Elijah Surratt is gonna be on the cover. So Elijah Surratt is going to be our cover photo for round 4. So a round 3 cover photo is going to be Caleb Tiernan. Our round 4 cover photo is going to be Elijah Surratt.
I agree with you more there on round 4. Surratt should have been gone by round 2. I feel good for him as a player.
Yeah.
He's a guy who should.
And Keontae Scott, another player in my top 50, comes off the board. He goes to Tampa. And Tampa Bay now, they have 3 corners with 90 potential. They have Zion McCollum. They have Benjamin Morrison, and they have Keontae Scott. And DJ, I think DJ. So, yeah. And they have the Kansas State corner who beat out Morrison for nickel as a rookie. So they have 4 really good corners now.
That's what we said last year. I think we got him overlooked because of the school was. But we said, hey, Cincinnati has got a few really good defensive players for this year. Watch out for them. Do more than
Yeah, but Keontae Scott was in my top 50. That is a really good pick by Tony Mario's Buccaneers. And look at what Tony Mario's Buccaneers have done. Reuben Bain Jr., A+, Josiah Trotter, A-. I haven't graded the Ted Hurst grade yet, but he's going to be competing. I think Hurst is the highest ceiling between Tez Johnson and Jalen McMillan, but all 3 of those guys are going to be pushing each other for the slot receiver job across from Egbuka and Chris Godwin. So I think Hurst has the highest ceiling of those 3. And those 3 are going to push each other. Yeah, he does. He has the hugest ceiling of those 3. As much as I like McMillan and Tez Johnson, I think Hurst is a much higher ceiling. But I also don't think the Buccaneers want to hand him the job. They want to make him earn it in camp. And that's going to be a fun competition.
That's what a good coaching staff does, make them earn it. Yeah, it doesn't matter who your competition is. They just say it's an open competition. Let's rock and roll and make you earn it. And I love that. I love when coaches do that. Make it fun.
I agree.
Yeah, make the players better.
I'm surprised. On Tuesday night, Frank Caliendo had a stand-up comedy show at the Comedy Club by the Lowe's Waterfront in Pittsburgh. He was not on Rich Eisen or Dan Patrick's pre-draft show. He usually goes on those shows during the Super Bowl. And those guys had pre-draft shows in Pittsburgh right after his comedy special. So I'm surprised he didn't stop by Draft Town, but I'm sure he's busy with other comedy tours. Maybe he did.
You got a guy like that, yeah. You got a guy like that, hell yeah, he can be busy, but we can fit him on his schedule. I'm sure he will because he's football player.
Yep, and the Chargers have just reached for Travis Burke, another player I've got a backup grade on. Chargers charging in the 4th round. I mean, most of their picks early in the draft were good. No, Travis Burke, the Memphis Tigers left tackle, or Memphis right tackle, actually. The Memphis Tigers right tackle. So,
yeah, I'm not. I was thought you were talking about the wide receiver.
No.
What the hell are you talking about?
No.
The right tackle? Yeah. I totally agree. Right tackle.
Chargers charging in the 4th round, but
Totally agree.
But hey, we get to roast the Chargers. I guess that's fun. Chargers charging. I mean, I love the Jake Slaughter pick as the backup center to Tyler Baez, and you got Mesidor as a 3rd edge rusher. You got Brennan Thompson as a guy who could be wide receiver 5, and then you took a guy who I'm not even sure he can beat out Trey Pipkins for the backup right tackle job. That's how much of a reach Travis Burke is here. And that's saying something, Joey, because, Trey Pipkins sucks. So if you just took a guy who can't even beat out him, that really does say something about how bad the Chargers charged with this pick.
But he's going to be on the damn roster.
He is.
He's probably going to win it out. He's the best.
They don't have a backup left tackle to Slater. So they might move Pipkins into that backup left tackle role and have Burke as the backup right tackle with only 3 offensive tackles on the active roster for the Chargers. That's the only reason they made that pick. Because most teams are required to have 4 offensive tackles on their rosters.
Not any tackle being able to play any other tackles than the other guy. I admit I had an advantage in the tackle because I took dance classes, my footwork was immaculate. I could switch it up in a heartbeat. But at the same time, this guy doesn't exactly make me think, hey, he has the footwork to switch from right tackle to left. And he sure as hell doesn't have the drive. So, if he has neither of them, if he has one or the other, we can work with, or switch from one side to the other. If he has neither, why the hell are you entertaining that? It's just a thought process. Why the hell are you entertaining that?
And the Lions just reached for a backup middle linebacker, Jimmy Rolder, not a guy that we had a starter grade on, but a guy at the high, Jimmy Rolder, Michigan middle linebacker, backup. They took a backup. The Lions wasted their 4th round pick on a backup. Very surprising decision by Brad Holmes. Yeah, wasn't even in our top 300 of our draft simulator. So we're seeing a reach here. The Jaguars pick is in. The Panthers had Panthers traded out of 119. The Jacksonville Jaguars now own pick 119. And the Jaguars pick is in. The selection is Brian Parker's the only player in our top 32 still on the board. But it's Wesley Williams, the player we're about to add to the draft simulator. I have an 87 out of 99 potential on him. He had 16 quarterback pressures, and you're getting a player with that high of a ceiling as a situational edge rusher behind Josh Hines-Allen and Trayvon Walker. That's a really good value pick at this point in the draft for the Jags, Joey. I really like that pick by Jacksonville.
I'm actually surprised that he felt as well because he may be a one-trick pony, but that one trick is the trick that a lot of NFL teams will value most.
Yeah, he had 38 pressures, 16 quarterback hurries, 10.5 tackles for a loss. A meager 2 sacks, but he checked off every other box at pass rusher and is great against the run. So, and you're getting him in a depth role. Yeah.
If the quarterback can't get nice, if the quarterback can't get comfortable, if you're pressing that quarterback 16 times, well, you're doing your damn job even if you don't get home. Now, it's not going to make a damn difference against somebody like Aaron Rodgers or the elite quarterback. But I guess the young quarterback, if he look over his shoulder and see you coming, he's going to do something stupid with the ball. So there's pressures not, even if you don't get home. Now, if he can't get home over a 5-year period, then we got to look at something because something ain't right.
Agreed.
But if 16 pressures a year and getting home twice in the first 2 years, I remember you saying, year 3 comes along, 4 comes along, you're still not getting home. Okay, let's hold the phone. What the hell's going on? Because at that point, something else is going on that we don't know about. And it ain't good.
Well, I had a 7th to UDFA grade on Williams, but I like the fit. I like the fit of him as a number 3 edge rusher in a situational role behind 2 really good players that, well, one in Hines Allen that was considered a blue chip edge in 2019, and one who was a number 1 overall pick in the 22 draft. I just think that's a really good fit for Wesley Williams. And
yeah, absolutely. On the surface, it is an amazing pick because, it's like I said, they did something stupid when they changed from a 3-4 to a 4-3 because their 2 rushers had the most accuracy in them in the NFL. But at the same time, now there's a year of acclimation for those guys.
And the Packers have just drafted Donnie Dennis-Sutton as a situational edge rusher. They traded Rashawn Gary to the Cowboys, but Lucas Van Ness is the starter next to Micah Parsons, and now you got Donnie Dennis-Sutton as that situational edge rusher behind Micah Parsons.
Yeah. A year after the fact, it looks a little bit better because it looks like these guys are starting to acclimate to it. And then you can add to that. So it does look a bit better now, and I think it's a good pick to continue that acclimation.
Yeah, I love the defensive the line picks. They took the defensive tackle from Missouri. They took Donnie Dennis-Sutton. I like both of those picks. I thought they reached at cornerback with Brandon Sissy in the second round, but, Brandon Cease. But we'll see what happens here. The Steelers pick is in. They took one player in my top 32, Jennings Dunker. That was their best pick. They probably should have taken him over Ihene Achor at 21, but I'm kind of curious to see what they do here.
I love me some Jennings Dunker. Jennings Dunker was one of my favorite offensive linemen.
Donnie Dennis-Sutton, he's a defensive end, but you're getting him.
And I'm going to be booing him relentlessly as long as he's with the Steelers. But I can't say I'm upset with the pick.
Yeah.
Because it was a good pick.
And they've got 2 right tackles. I mean, the Steelers double dipped at right tackle. We've seen the Texans double dip at right guard. The Steelers are up on the clock here.
But you can double dip at guard and find the better pass protector and put them on the left side. Double dipping at right tackle, that kind of, unless that if you have a situation like the Utah Utes, where those 2 tackles are in there, and you're just trying to decide who is going to be your left tackle, based on skill set, okay, you might have a problem if you double dip in the right tackle situation. It is just a difficult.
The Steelers have drafted Caden Wetjen. Caden Wetjen has a 79 overall for potential, but he has a 99 for kick returning. Max rating for kick returning. So, Caden Wetjen, Iowa wide receiver. Caden Wetjen, Iowa wide receiver. He's a special teams player. Not a great starter at wide receiver, but he's an awesome kick returner. Max rating at kick return, 91 speed, 94 acceleration. He'll be utilized in special teams. So Steelers basically took a return specialist.
I'm going to so if you're grading him on being a kick returner, it's a great pick.
If you're grading him on being a receiver, it's a horrible pick.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely horrible for grading as a receiver. And the Iowa situation, they had one of the best offensive lines in college football last year. So if they were drafted
As much as I want to give this an F grade, if they're getting him as a returner, it's an A+ pick. So that's why I'm conflicted.
Exactly. But as a returner, that's a good pick.
Yeah.
And
Completely agree.
That's not a good pick. So, I mean, we can give credit where credit's due to the Steelers, I guess.
Yeah, so
They make.
He has a 91 agility, 90 change of direction, 91 ball carrier vision, and 84 for catching. So those are great traits for a kick returner. Those are really good traits for a kick returner. Now,
You need to be ready, because when the Browns kick their ass twice this year, you're going to have to be ready for me to act like you did when the Patriots were kicking.
I think the Browns might actually win the AFC North. I went from, they're barely going to make the playoffs, to I'm actually in a coin flip situation where I'm debating between them and the Bengals. That's how good the Browns draft has been this year. I'm actually in a coin flip situation where I'm debating Browns versus Bengals, because there are a lot of numbers. The Browns have a lot of connections to the number 61. This year is Super Bowl 61, so I actually am on the fence about picking them to win the AFC North, as crazy as I sound, Joey. You might have to take me to NFL Draft Rehab. I'm going to pick you up by the ass. I'm going to put you in the fence, and I'm going to take out.
Did you see the interview where Dingleberry called David Boston to tell him he was going to the Browns? And I quote him, "Are you pissed off?"
Denzel Boston.
Boston, yeah, absolutely I'm pissed off. He said, "Good, I want you to bring that attitude to the field because I want you to be a boy." They ain't looking to be better than people. They're looking to beat MFers up.
Yeah, I bounced up a spot on my AFC projection from 7 to 6, but I might move them up from 6 to 3. Joey. That's how close it is. Like, I'm on the fence right now. I've moved the Browns ahead of the Chiefs so the Browns are no longer my final wild card. They're 6 right now ahead of the Chiefs, but I might move them up to 3. I'm on the fence about it. And even if they end up at 6, I think they beat the Bengals if that's their wild card opponent. I think they beat the Bengals and they lose in the divisional round. And that's a huge step forward if that's the case. With this all.
When he's putting people in the ground, that's 6 foot under.
It is. Like,
not beat people, but they are looking to put people in their grave. That's an old school.
And that's why I think
And right now, I think Tom Wilson's bringing that.
Browns and Bengals have the 2 easiest strength of schedules in the AFC. We saw the Patriots get the easiest strength of schedule last year, and they made the Super Bowl. I'm not saying we'll see the Browns or Bengals in the Super Bowl, but I definitely think both teams have a shot at the playoffs. I do. As long as...
I'm not saying the Browns make the Super Bowl because they're so damn young.
Yeah. I think the best case scenario for the Browns is they go 9-8, they get in either as the division champ or the last wild card, they win the wild card game and they lose in the divisional round at the end of the year 10-9. I think that's the best case scenario for your Browns. And you'll take that.
I think the best case scenario is losing in the Super Bowl, but I think there is going to be a scenario that comes up, depending on standings, where the Browns could get to the AFC Championship game.
Yes, because if the Browns are the 3 seed, the Chargers are 2, and the Bills are 1, and the Patriots beat the Texans, and the Chiefs beat the Chargers, the Chiefs play Josh Allen, and then the Browns and Patriots duke it out. But whoever has home field would be in an advantage, because if the Browns are the 6 seed, they'd go to New England. If the Browns are the 3 seed, they host New England, and that's their best chance to get to an AFC title. But the Raiders have just picked Mike Washington Jr., the Arkansas running back, with this pick. So the Raiders took Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas. Yep.
This draft is having so many twists and turns right now that we're getting excited on day 3 because we're seeing what the hell this thing's starting to turn up and looking like. And what we're seeing is a natural tapestry. Now, what happens when they get on the field, that's going to be a different story. But the story that's being told right now, it's pretty exciting. Don't you think, Chris?
Yeah, outside of the Kieran Crawford pick, I think the Raiders draft's been pretty awesome. I thought Crawford was a reach at 67, but I love the Stoops and McCoy picks in the secondary. And I do like Trey Zune. I had Trey Zune in my top 43, and you're getting him as a depth player. They still don't have a number 1 receiver for Mendoza. They're banking on those 2025 draft picks they made, who are all floor guys. And the Texans have just picked Wade Woodaz, the middle linebacker out of Clemson. That was a player I was on the fence about adding to the simulator. I do have an 87 on him for potential. I didn't add him, but that was a guy I was on the fence about adding. So I am going to have to add him now. But yeah, I do like Woodaz. And the Panthers, 124, they are moving back again. The Panthers are moving back again, and the Bears now are going to move up to 124.
Bears have been surprisingly good.
Yeah, the Bears got Logan Jones in round 2, and they have an offensive line for Caleb, because this year they're going to have Braxton Jones at left tackle with Ozzie Trapillo injured, but they're going to get Trapillo back next year, and Logan Jones will replace Garrett Bradbury in 2027. So their offensive line is actually going to be stronger in 2027 versus this year. So, and then the Bears,
Yeah, it says something to how the Bears constructed their offensive line.
they took a
Andrew Berry, I think, said the Browns constructed their offensive line based on what the Bears did last year. Now the Bears are starting trends. The Bears are starting trends on how to construct offensive line.
And the Bears have just picked Texas corner Malik Muhammad, who I had 1 spot ahead of Keontae Scott on the simulator. Outside of taking a 3rd-string tight end and a backup receiver in the 3rd round, the Bears have crushed this draft. Those are the only 2 blunders the Bears made. They've been amazing in round 1, amazing in round 2, and amazing in round 4. So the blunders in round 3 are the only thing that kept the Bears from a perfect draft. But you add another corner for depth.
Hours on certain and offensive line trend that.
But Muhammad's a great corner. I love the Logan Jones pick, and I know they also took who'd they take in the 1st round, the Bears? They took Dylan Thieneman, who I had at 12. They took Logan Jones at 19. They got Malik Muhammad, who I had at 47, ahead of Keontae Scott. And then they reached for Sam Roosh and Xavier Thomas in the 3rd round. So those 2 picks are reaches. But outside of those 2 reaches, they've gone 3 for 5 in this draft. I don't think Tyreek Stevenson comes back, though, Joey, because he's in the final year of his rookie deal, and you just got Malik Muhammad, so now you can reload in the secondary. Unless Jalen Johnson's also a UFA. I'm looking that up right now, Jalen Johnson's contract, because the Bears are going to have some big decisions to make with the secondary, because I think they gave Kyler Gordon a 3-year extension. So, and the Bills have just selected Skylar Bell, the receiver William wanted, the receiver I had a second-round grade on that was still on the board. Skylar Bell.
Yeah, he and myself were talking about him about 2 hours ago. He was still there, so he was a really good pick.
Yeah, very good pick by the Bills. And who took Chris Brazzell? I feel like Brazzell's already been picked.
He was.
Okay, so Brazzell was picked by the Panthers in the 3rd round, I believe. But
I knew Brazzell was good. That was a pick.
All right, so so Jalen Johnson's a UFA in 2028, and if the Bills want to extend Jalen Johnson, they're pretty much going to have to let Tyreek Stevenson walk because they paid Kyler Gordon. They gave him a 3-year extension, I think, after his rookie deal ended. And you look at the Bills, they got Davison Igbinohan, the Ohio State corner. They got TJ Parker. So outside of the tackle they took at the early 4th round, I thought their draft's been fantastic.
My big problem with the Bills is that my same problem I have with Steelers is that they're outside of like one guy. They're why their team cards one of the worst in football.
They got DJ Moore. They traded for DJ Moore. They still have Khalil Shakir, and they have Josh Palmer. You now add Skylar Bell to that room to push Keon Coleman. You have 5 different weapons now for Allen to throw to, and that's excluding the tight ends. So,
you know, they had 4 different weapons last year. Didn't do much good because his weapons couldn't get open.
well, Keon Coleman lost the trust of the team, and they didn't have any depth behind their starters. That's why they sucked last year. They didn't have any depth, and they were very dependent on Khalil Shakir, and they really didn't have a number 2 or number 3 next to Shakir. And they got Bradley Chubb in free agency, so I think the Bills, Caleb Elarms or I have an 85 on him for potential, and you're getting him as a backup to Dorian Williams and Terrell Bernard. So another good pick by the Bills here in the 4th round. And the Bills, I would say right now, if I had to pick a Super Bowl projection, I would go Bills Seahawks for the Super Bowl. But I'm looking at New England. I'm looking at the Chargers. I'm looking at the Chiefs. I'm looking at the Browns, maybe, if they get the 3 seed as the potential opponents the Bills would face. And the Bills are my 1 seed at the moment. So there are a few teams, because right now the Chargers are my projected 2 seed, but I think they lose the Chiefs as the 7 seed in the wild card. But we're looking at the Chargers, Chiefs. We're looking at the Browns. We're looking at the Patriots. It's a clusterfuck after Buffalo. That's all I'm going to say.
It's the beauty of it. You put it very well. It's a clusterfuck. I'm going to put it more eloquently and say every single one of those teams have a lot of question marks. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
I think all 4 of those teams are capable of getting there, Joey, but it's uncertainty, you know? And the only way the Browns get there is if they win the AFC North and they get the 3 seed and the Chiefs knock out the Chargers and they get a home game against the Patriots in the divisional round after beating the Bengals. I think it can happen, Joey, but that they need the breaks to go their way, just like the Patriots last year. They need the breaks to go their way to get to the Super Bowl. But if the breaks go the Browns' way, they can get to the AFC title. It's a long shot, though. It's a long shot. I'm acknowledging that it's a long shot, but I'm also saying it's not impossible.
What the Chargers do, which is the Chargers, in the round come out with a 2-point win based on something the Chargers did stupidly, and it propels them. So it's like there's question marks, and there's also historical significance, and then the Chargers are around.
Everyone's saying the Bills are going to finally do it this year because Josh Allen's the face of SoFi, but that's not entirely true. Justin Herbert and Josh Allen are both the faces of SoFi. So the NFL could have Herbert win an MVP and Josh Allen win the Super Bowl and build up the narrative that Herbert's finally going to conquer his playoff demons, and then he wins regular season MVP and he doesn't. Yeah, that could happen. If the Chargers if the Chargers win the division, I'm not ruling out the possibility of Herbert winning regular season MVP. It's a long shot, but I'm not ruling out the possibility either. Because MVP is a regular season award, Joey. It's not a playoff award, it's a regular season award. Yeah, and Justin Herbert winning regular season MVP and losing the playoffs, that is chargering to the max. It's not just chargering, that's chargering to the max.
Yeah, it's like the Browns or the Chiefs went into the playoffs for whatever reason. The Chargers come in there full throttle, 14 wins or whatever. Go in there and get their asses blown out by the team. I mean, that would be perfect Chargers. I mean, I don't think anybody would be surprised.
Yeah.
That happened with the Chargers, just because the Chargers need us all the time.
Yeah, and I know one of my insiders believes the Chargers are going to win Super Bowl 62 in Atlanta, but it might be the Ravens, because here's why. The Ravens have a lot of their core players in contract years in 2027. So, and the Ravens' last Super Bowl came at Mercedes-Benz Superdome in New Orleans. Now there's only one Mercedes-Benz. It's in Atlanta, and you got 2027. You got Lamar in a contract year, Ronnie Stanley, Derrick Henry, basically the entire defense outside of Trey Hendrickson. A lot of key players in contract years in 2027. Marlon Humphrey, Nate Wiggins, Rosengarten. So that just might light a fire under the Ravens' ass. And you know what would be fun? If you had the Ravens playing John Harbaugh and the Giants in Super Bowl 62 in Atlanta. That'd be a hell of a storyline, Joey. John Harbaugh versus his former team.
I would love that story. And here's the deal. Well, you guys all praise the head coaching hire for the Ravens. I wasn't a fan of it. So, for me, you can have Lamar Jackson.
The Niners just reached for a backup. Carver Willis is a player I had a backup grade on, 83 for potential. So, not a guy who's going to succeed Trent Williams. And some think he's going to have to move inside to guard. So, Carver Willis, the Niners continuing their slump in the draft. Washington. So the Niners slump in the draft continues.
He's a nice player. I'm not so sure he's ready to walk into that.
I had him graded lower than the Western Michigan left tackle the Niners attempted to groom behind Trent Williams before he went to the Chiefs. Jalen Moore, I think his name is. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
That'll be interesting to think it's a great to work.
The Bengals select. They've gotten Tacario Davis and Cassius Howell, their first two picks, and with this pick at 128, Cincinnati Bengals select Connor Lew, center of Auburn. I have Pat Coogan as the top 3 center in this draft. There are people that like Connor Lew. And I think Connor Lew's decent. I don't think he's got Pro Bowl upside, but I think he can be a high-end starter. And if you're willing to look past the medicals, there's a lot of traits to like with this guy. Because some had him as the number 1 center in the preseason.
That is a good pick at this point in time in the draft.
But Ted Karras is only in 1 year deal. Ted Karras is only on a 1 year prove it deal. So there is a chance Connor loses the Bengals starting center in 2027. That is on the table, Joey. That is definitely on the table. Especially if you consider how much money the Bengals would save if they waited to bring back Karras. But the Panthers are up at 129. This has been a low-key good draft by the Cincinnati Bengals. And the Panthers lost both Cade Mays and Austin Corbett at center, and they have done jack shit at center, and they keep trading down. And it's like Dave Tepper is laughing at Bryce Young like Dr. Robotnik. He's like, you don't get a good center to hike the ball. These chaos symbols are mine. This money is mine. And he's just taunting Bryce Young. Except Bryce Young, as much as I want to, yeah, it's like, I like Bryce Young, but he's not as badass as Sonic. But he can still be a great quarterback, but there's others that think he's expendable, so we'll see what happens. But Bryce Young and Kenny Pickett are the QB 1A and 1B in Carolina at the moment. Makes me wonder if the Panthers are going to get a quarterback. Because I think there are guys still in this draft that could beat out Pickett for the backup job. I'm not saying they'll start over Bryce Young, but I think there are guys in this draft that could beat out Pickett in camp. As crazy as that sounds, Joey. I think there's a few guys still on the board that could do it. But you also have the luxury of easing them into a third string role. So.
I just really like a buddy of mine. He thought before he come back better than ever next year. Not this year, but next year. I said, yeah. He had a phone come out of his knee. Put it back in with a fusion course and rehab it for me.
Yeah, and Willie the third, who I had an early 5th round grade on, goes to Carolina. He will push Chow Smith-Wade for the nickel job. I think he can beat him out because I think his ceiling's higher, but that's going to be an interesting position battle in camp for Carolina between Chow Smith-Wade and Willie the third.
Using a fusion course on somebody during surgery, it's like you're pulling up with a freaking propane tank using a fusion course on somebody during surgery.
The only pick I didn't like by the Panthers was Freeling. That's only because I don't think his ceiling's as high as Ekwonu. But Ekwonu's coming off a torn ACL. They don't want to pay him because he wants about as much money as Charles Cross. They don't want to pay him and pay Bryce Young at the same time because they know that'll cripple their salary cap. So the Panthers are just taking the reload approach and hoping it works out.
It was a joke.
I know it was a joke. But the Dolphins pick is in. We're waiting for the Dolphins pick. Miami selects. Trey Moore. I had Trey Moore as my second to last pick, but I do like Trey Moore as a right outside linebacker, but he would be a backup to Jacob Rodriguez in the 43 defense that the Dolphins run. But yeah, I think the Dolphins might actually finish last. As much as I applaud the Jets for wanting to tank and get Arch Manning next year, I just think the Jets have drafted well enough to where they could jump the Dolphins next year. As crazy as that sounds, Joey, I think the Jets could jump the Dolphins with the draft they've had. I still think they'll suck, but I think they could finish ahead of the Dolphins. I think that says something.
Ain't cool.
Well,
this is what you'll never hear from the Jets.
Skylar Bell, the Bills took Skylar Bell with the Patriots' 4th round pick, and then the Chargers took Genesis Smith. And I like Genesis Smith as a free safety, but I think his teammate Dalton Johnson is a little bit better, a little bit higher ceiling, but don't have a problem with this pick. If they want to keep Derwin James at strong safety, this might be a better fit. But I just think Dalton Johnson brings more to the table. But all three of those defensive backs in Arizona were really good. Whether Traden Stukes, Genesis Smith, or Dalton Johnson, they were all really good on tape. So
we'll never have that when it comes to the Jets.
Yep. And the Saints have the last pick. Saints have the last pick in round 4, or before we get to the comp picks. I mean, the Saints got Christian Miller and Jordan Tyson with their first 2 picks. And then they got Oscar Delp in round 3. And they've got 132 and 136. %63% of active players were drafted in rounds 4 through 7. Justin's saying the Saints took Oscar Delp at 132, but they already took him in the 3rd round. Oh, Saints. Sounds like the Saints just took a backup player. Jeremiah Wright, the Auburn right guard, who we have a backup grade on. That is the pick according to someone on X. Reach. But yeah, the Niners are up. Williams Niners are up again. Can the Niners do something useful in this draft? Because the Rams and Niners, their drafts have extended the Super Bowl window for the Seahawks with how bad they've done. And the Niners are trading down again to the Ravens. So you're not gonna get pissed at John Lynch if the Ravens get a steal here, because he's not.
No, because talking about the 49ers, they probably tear an ACL as soon as they walk out of the hoop. So.
Let's see what the Ravens are moving up for here. So they traded 154 and a 2027 6th rounder to move up to this spot in the late 4th round. All right, so the Ravens, not sure what we're going to find out yet, but well, they're not going to leak any picks with these international fans announcing picks in the fourth round. There's not really going to be very many leaks. The Ravens select Matthew Hibner, tight end SMU. Not even the best tight end on SMU. Best tight end on SMU is RJ. Hibner's not bad, but the best tight end on SMU is a guy that best tight end on SMU is RJ Maryland, and they took Hibner instead of Maryland. Hibner was the number 2 tight end on SMU. Well, let me see the let's see what we got here. We do have an 85 for potential on Hibner. It's lower than RJ Maryland's 87, but you do need a number 2 tight end. It's not a bad pick at this point in the draft. The Ravens have had a really good draft. Ione, Zion Young, Jacoby Lane, Surratt, and now Matthew Hibner. And the Falcons have just traded up with Warren's Raiders. Yeah, Mel Kiper was giving Matt Miller a TED Talk earlier, and he was like, if you want to be the face of ESPN, you must smash your hands on the table. That's basically what Kiper was telling Matt Miller. And Matt Miller was like, yeah, sure, whatever, buddy. And Field Yates is just relieved knowing that Matt's a consummate professional. But, Kiper's been in the industry for years too, so the Falcons pick is in.
I fully thought Kuiper was doing great even up until last year. This year, though, he seems to be clicking a bit.
So the Falcons are announcing the pick in Madrid, Spain. Kendall Daniels. Not bad. Yeah.
And the 1 year that I had it died, so I had to switch over. I was just saying that Mel Kiper, even after the last year, did a great job, even though he was low on safety time. This year, he seems like he's kind of slowing down. It makes me wonder, how much time does Kiper have left? Because he doesn't just seem to be the old Mel Kiper.
Kendall Daniels, strong safety out of Oklahoma, can play linebacker too. Will be a backup to Xavier Watts. I do like that pick in a depth role. He's got the potential to develop into a high borderline starter, but you're getting him as a backup. I do like that pick. Colts are on the clock here at 135. And then the Saints are up at 136. Bryce Botcher, middle linebacker, Oregon. So the Colts now have Akeem Davis-Gaither, C.J. Allen as their starters, and they have Bryce Botcher as their backup to C.J. Allen. So the Colts managed to get both C.J. Allen and Bryce Botcher, the two linebackers William and I were debating on in this draft. So the Colts have managed to get both of them. And I think Botcher's a pure Mike, and I think Allen's a pure Mike as well. And the Colts run a 43 defense. So Allen will probably start, but and as much as I like Akeem Davis-Gaither,
one of the Colts, I don't think they started their OTAs quite yet, where they're supposed to go 34.
well, I'm wondering.
That works and not really. I mean, it looks like it's coming that way. Whether it is, we don't know yet, but could they be? That's a question.
Well, right now, according to our lads, the middle linebacker is Akeem Davis-Gaither, but I think Davis-Gaither will either move to the weak side, or if both rookies win starting jobs, Davis-Gaither will be used in a Sam role like he was early in his career with the Bengals. If both linebackers, Allen and Botcher, impress enough to start. But we'll just see how OTAs go and camp goes before we explore that possibility, because I think it's a little premature to early that.
Based on what happened before, OTAs is like, there are only like 3 teams that have OTAs before the draft, and one of them was the Browns team that done live OTAs the day of the draft. So it's the NFL, they're kind of tight this year for whatever reason they had, and a lot of teams aren't getting their long-haired OTAs until after the draft.
Yep.
And that's an interesting thing. A lot more teams in years past have had it before.
Yep.
But maybe that's just an alteration. I mean, maybe some, may not. We'll see. Now, Chris, which teams so far have not had a draft pick today?
My Patriots, they traded away 125 and 131. They don't pick until 171. So the Patriots haven't made a pick today. So there is still one player in my top 32 left, Brian Parker II, the Duke left tackle who played center at the Shrine Bowl. But I'm not sure who's going to pick him because the questions with his arm length. Yeah, can play guard too. So that'll probably be our cover player for round 5 if he falls to round 5. And then we can start, I guess I can go through the simulator and look at who's still on the board. Because we're at that point where I'm going to have to look at a few players. Yeah. They did. The Chiefs made a pick. They got the Oregon corner. The Chiefs got Jadon Kennedy. 85 potential, can play corner and safety with his versatility. I know he's not a player you heard a lot about, but he's a borderline starter if you develop him, and even if he doesn't, I mean, he's a depth player. Patriots don't pick until 171. The Browns have 5. The Browns have 3 fifth-round picks, Joey. I'm just surprised with and Andrew Berry is 156, 158, and 159. I'm just surprised he didn't move up with all that capital he had for the next round. I think they have 4 fifth-round picks. I'm surprised he didn't move up.
Honestly, don't mind, because that means that the Browns, if he didn't trade up, I'm not having a low draft pick on their roster. 11 draft picks ain't going to make that roster. So that is, I'm kind of surprised too, because I was thinking they were going to, and you remember, Chris, I made the joke to you, and you got upset about it. Hey, the Browns are going to have 6 round picks this year, but, and now we're looking at, well, shoot, they had 4, they only traded 1, and like, you still got 3 left. I'm like,
yeah.
Maybe that joke was,
yeah.
maybe that joke wasn't quite, because that is, the guy who took our pick, they still had to trade it up. And I like you expected.
Saints pick is in. The Saints are announcing their pick from Paris because that's where the international game is, and a player on the France men's national basketball team is announcing the Saints' 4th round pick. And the Saints are selecting Bryce Lance. Bryce Lance will be the slot receiver for the Saints. Bryce Lance. I had him at 111. I had one receiver ahead of him, Eric McAllister, but there were medicals with McAllister, and so that's why Eric McAllister's still on the board, because there was a medical thing with McAllister leading up to the draft. It's an A. I will give you that. It's an A. It's not an A plus because I had Eric McAllister ahead of Lance, but I did have Lance at 111. You got him at 136, 25 spots later, which is amazing value. And he's going to be your slot receiver to Tyson and Chris Olave. So there are 0 excuses for Tyler Shough now.
Yeah, I just said A. I wasn't going to put you on the spot or something unrealistic. It was just an A.
All right. They're going to get an A. And whenever I get to that grade, it's going to be an A, okay? Maybe an A minus, because I forgot I had Josh Cameron ahead of him. Josh Cameron's still on the board, too. So Josh Cameron, the Baylor receiver, is also still on the board. So, but still, the value that late, I think it does warrant an A grade. But you could argue A minus if you want to be nitpick. But, yeah.
He only runs 20 routes out of the route grade. We had to give him an A minus. No, he's super fucking talented. He can run more routes.
I only said A minus because I had Eric McAllister and Josh Cameron ahead of him. Cameron can run all 30 routes, but McAllister's dealing with an injury, a lingering injury leading up to the draft. And I think the injuries knocked McAllister off some boards. And Bryce Lance, I guess the Saints like Bryce Lance more than Cameron because we haven't seen Cameron play indoors. We've seen Bryce Lance play indoors, and that probably is what swayed the Saints to pick him.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not a bad pick. Neither one of those are a bad pick. I like the pair Lance with that I really like last year. I'm glad the Browns back undrafted. You got to go long. I think Lance has that type of potential where he can, well, maybe his rookie year is not going to be amazing, but it's going to be good. And his second year,
I had Lance higher than Bond, though. I had an 88 on Isaiah Bond. I had a 90 on Bryce Lance. But it's close.
I'm not going to be upset about that because I think that's good. Overall, they're similar. I'm not saying they're perfect matches. I'm just saying they both play the same in college.
Yeah, I agree.
They're both,
And I think Bond would have been a third or fourth round pick last year if he didn't have the off the field concerns.
Yeah, because and I never covered it here where we were both really pissed off because not only did we totally get dropped, but the woman that press because got federal felony charges.
I don't think the Vikings have made a pick today either, Joey. You said who else besides the Patriots hasn't picked today? I don't think the Vikings have made a pick today either. They traded their fourth to the Raiders, and the Raiders traded that away too.
Oh, that's right.
So for everyone keeping score at home, I know at 4:30 the Stars play the Wild, but as long as Joey's here, the draft is going to be my focus, and the hockey game is going to be put on the back burner. So for everyone keeping score at home, for all you Minnesota Dallas fans, the Cowboys have made 3 picks today. This will be their third. The Vikings have made no picks.
Well, that is 2 o'clock, so I'll do.
I'm not going to.
In the interest of fairness, I will stick around until 4 to 4:15, so you guys, everybody can get everything everybody wants, and they can get to the NHL as well, and they can get their soul in or so draft, so everybody gets what they want.
Yeah.
Is that good, Chris?
That's awesome. I mean, I feel like I have a responsibility to cover every pick and stay on the live stream, though. But, if you want to end early or whatever, we'll end early. Let's just figure out.
We need to give everybody everything they want, and that's what this will do. And if something stupid happens to where somebody who wasn't supposed to go at some point in time or put through the cracks goes.
I'm going to try to stay on the call, Joey. I'm going to make an effort to be a trooper and try to stay on the call. Even after 4:30, even if you leave.
Well, if I'm not here, if you stay on the call, what's going to happen is you can say, well, I don't want that shit. I announced it. Hey, what's going on over here in the NHL? So that if we do want freedom, people. Well, not.
Someone in the chat room on Restreams posted a link to this goes a way back photo taken Hitler versus Stalin. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. This is the NFL draft. You're an asshole for bringing up those two during the draft.
I don't even know what that means. So I'm not even offended by that.
But this person, this troll in the chat room, has the nerve to bring up Hitler and Stalin during the draft. Come on, bro. Draft.
What happened is you're comparing mustache. Because we've had this discussion before on the podcast. When's the discussion mustache? Does Mike Vrabel have a better mustache than either of those two historical figures?
Probably. And the Cowboys have just picked LT Overton.
Or that Aaron Rodgers. Remember that we had back in the day?
Yeah.
Does he have a better than either of those two historical figures? I mean, we can discuss the style the same way we discuss the beer on a historical level. So.
Yeah, if I make a joke and say Paxton Lynch has a better mustache than Hitler, someone's going to make one of those YouTube videos where Hitler complains about shit.
We're not going that far. Paxton Lynch's mustache was absolutely horrific.
I agree. Stalin does have Paxton Lynch on that one, but yeah. Yeah, and if Trump wants to start World War III, all he has to do is go to Germany and say Paxton Lynch is a better mustache than their historical figures, and that's how WW3 would begin.
Paxton Lynch had one of the worst mustaches in the history of history. Okay, it was Lynch and whatever that whole Paxton Lynch was going with.
And the Dolphins have just selected Kyle Lewis, the Pittsburgh Panthers. He can play right outside linebacker, left outside linebacker, middle linebacker. Very versatile player here. So Kyle Lewis, he was 96 on my big board. He was 96 on my big board. I had a preseason first-round grade on him. That is a good pick. He's a...
Dominic Mysterio, however, any of those historical figures and Paxton Lynch. That was Dominic Mysterio stat, too. It's like, does Dominic Mysterio have a better stack than all four of the guys we just mentioned?
Who?
Dominic Mysterio.
Dominic Caserio.
Dominic Mysterio. Look at the stack. Does he have a better stack than Hitler?
I don't know.
Aaron Rodgers and Paxton Lynch?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no.
Okay, where did they rank?
Well, Williams-Niners are up. Williams-Niners are up, and I have a feeling John Lynch is going to continue to break Williams' heart if we keep talking about the Hitler-Stalin mustache debate. But I'm definitely open to revisiting this on a future podcast. I just don't want to revisit it during the draft.
Okay. That was, it just when we got into the stashes, it was just like.
And Effian's prize sock, a corner we had a 7th round grade on. That's the best pick the Niners made, but it's still not a great pick.
Who was it?
Effian's prize sock. I have a late 7th on him. That's the best pick the Niners have made, but it's still a reach. But it's the best pick they've made. Effian's prize sock, cornerback Washington. Corner Washington, prize sock.
Washington?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had him in the late 7th, but it's their best pick they've made all day. That's saying something. It's progress. Not an amazing pick, but it's the best pick they've made all day. I think he can beat out Upton Stout for the nickel corner job. I think he can beat out Upton Stout for that nickel job. So, we'll see.
Nickel job, that's one of the reasons I keep finding out safety going down to nickel. And not of course, because we're getting into the era where they want the nickel down corner to be bigger. They want to be able to hit the run and go hit the pass. So the nickel and down safety, he matches that,
Yeah.
process where you do a little bit of everything. And now, at the same time, it's like, at this point in time, I don't know all the names because I'm terrible with names. We know that over the last 10 years. But if you give me the screen and you give me the name, I can match them up.
Yep.
That's why I always ask for, because I can match up really well, but if you just give me one or the other, I'm not going to be able to really hit.
Because Tacario Davis went off the board in round 3, and the Niners just took prize sock. So the Bengals with the Jets pick.
Tacario Davis is just a very good pick.
Yeah.
Different corner goes.
Yeah.
But his running mate is really good as well.
Yep. And the Bengals have just taken Colby Young out of Georgia. Colby Young, he is the Georgia Bulldogs wide receiver. We have a backup grade on him. Colby Young, wide receiver, Georgia. Colby Young, wide receiver, Georgia. He only had a meager 26 receptions, and we had a backup grade on him.
I saw him a few times living in Jacksonville, Florida. It's like I live like 2 hours away from the Georgia line. Not even 2 hours, about 2 miles away. At the time, I lived 2 miles away from the Georgia line. Now I live about 12 miles away from the Georgia line. So, but either way, I saw a lot of Georgia, and I really liked him. I thought that one of the reasons is that he didn't get the attention because of the guard receiver that is also a great return man that is basically nothing more than a highlight reel piece. Don't give it anything else. Right. That's what I learned. I think he was the only reason, we had to fall to this point. Because I wasn't hugely high on Zach Atlantic, but was still enough to recognize his value. I think there's some hidden value right there.
All right.
I think there's some hidden value. But he is a backup right now, but I think there's some hidden value here.
Well, the thing is, Io Shavas enters the final year of his rookie deal. So does Charlie Jones out of Purdue, and so does some of the other Bengal receivers. So we'll see what happens with the Bengals. So they're hoping to find a slot receiver.
That's another point. Guys are not going to be able to re-sign bringing four receivers to big deal. So that is another point that we would have to look at as to why this pick was made and why they're looking down the road.
And the Texans just kick off round 5 with an excellent value pick.
I just everything that they would be looking at right now based on the fact that they are paying $90 million a year to receivers and another $60 million a year to quarterbacks. So, I mean, it does pay out if you really look at it.
All right, so the first pick of round 5 is in. First round 5 pick is in, and it is first pick of round 5 is in. It is USC free safety Kamari Ramsey to the Houston Texans. So Kamari Ramsey, who had a late 4th on, first, 3rd round pick in both group mocks, kicks off round 5.
Ramsey, but I just went on a 2 or 3 minute explanation there.
Yeah, Colby.
And he just told, I asked, do you agree or not? And I feel completely put off. I feel completely dejected.
All right.
How am I going to go on with it?
I'm just trying to read through the picks as they come in. Usually this is what Oren does, but Oren's not here. I got to do Oren's job. But the Titans have made their selection.
I'm going to go on the top of the stairs here, and I'm going to jump off because Chris neglected my question. So if you guys hear a loud scream or a loud thud, one of the two, you know I'd already hit the ground.
The Titans have just selected Fernando Carmona, left guard, Arkansas. So Carmona, the Arkansas left guard, is the Titans' 5th round pick.
That will probably keep me from doing that because that is a very big pick.
Yeah.
I thought he'd be gone by the way the early 4th round.
Yeah.
I think that's a great pick.
Yeah, I got him in round 6, but that's very good value here. I mean, the worst grade I could give that's a B.
He's not great at anything, but if you want one of the solid numbers who can potentially start right away, not run anybody socks off, but start for 5 to years, well, guess what? He got Florida. He can do it, and you know who knows who he is. But he makes no statement. He makes no headlines. He does not make any huge blocks. He just goes in there and does his job, goes home.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, he just happens to play for an NFL team, or he just happens to play for a college football team. It's like, who has ever even heard this man talk? I mean,
he started out at San Jose State, and then he transferred to Arkansas and converted from left tackle to left guard upon arriving at Arkansas.
He is so unspectacular, but at the same time, so damn good. Is there any doubt that he would have won this one? Because the people that go up in the draft that are usually around 1 to 3 are the ones that talk. They're the ones that make some type of noise. But guys like him, unless they're extraordinary like Nick Chubb or somebody like that, guys like him are just like, well, I guess he's going to be there for a while. But he's usually the one that usually sticks around in the league as a starter and nobody pays attention to.
Yeah.
That's if I thought he was already gone, or at least would have been gone, at least around earlier. I mean, I think this was an amazing.
And he's going to be the backup to Peter Skoronsky. But I think if you moved him over to right guard, he could start right now because the Titans don't have a day one starter at right guard. But he's listed as a left guard, so he'll probably start out as a backup to Skoronsky.
And you know what? If he does something like that, we will not know until the first national televised game when his face shows up on the screen.
Yeah.
So that's the best player he is.
Yeah.
We aren't even going to know if he's from.
Yep.
So, it is what it is. That just that guy here is the best player he is.
Yep.
And I think this is a great hit with great value, and I think the Titans might not steal here. Because this is an amazing player that nobody's thinking about. And I think that's why.
Yep, and Sean McVay's on ESPN. The Cardinals pick is in, but they haven't announced it yet. And it's all. And since I've got the TV on mute, I'm just interpreting what I think McVay would say. Since Les Snead decided to be a dickhead and draft Ty Simpson 13th overall, I'm going to hold the Cardinals hostage, and they're not going to make their pick until I'm done talking to Peter Schrager on the air. Kidding.
I Peter Schrager more. And who the Cardinals taken so far outside of?
They took Jeremiah Love. They took Chase Besantis in round 2 as a backup to Sumalo. They took Carson Beck, and then they took Caden Proctor from southeastern Louisiana. Those are the 4 picks they've made. I bet the picks up on X.
That's not a terrible draft. I think Carson Beck can challenge you start right away. I think Love is a great. Well, obviously, Love is like there's nothing we need to say about that. I think it's all offensive line.
Yep.
I think it's all offensive line. Just based on.
I would say they go Pat Coogan. They could replace Froholt. Pat Coogan's my number 2 center in the draft. Rose Bowl MVP still on the board. Pat Coogan would be my pick.
Hagendorf has done nothing to earn your ire. And people who haven't been long-time listeners, I've been calling Froholt Hagendorf, and there's nothing new who the guy was when he was with the Browns. And out of the blue, just randomly said Hagendorf as a nickname. And everybody including called him Hagendorf after that for like a year and a half. And he's on the Cardinals. I'm like, he's a third-string center, and the Cardinals signed him to be the starter.
And they're keeping him as the starting center. That's the thing. They're keeping him as the starting center. And they got Sumalo in free agency.
But the story is so entertaining that a third-string center by the name of Hagendorf decides a big contract by the Arizona Cardinals. It's a wonder he didn't melt in the heat.
Is this a player I mocked the Cardinals in round 5? The Cardinals went wide receiver. It is a funny story. Did the Cardinals just take a player I mocked to them in the 5th round? No, I gave the Cardinals Tyler Yondedim, but the Cardinals took Reggie Virgil, the Texas Tech receiver that I have ahead of Caleb Douglas. So Reggie Virgil is an Arizona Cardinal. I really like that pick in round 5 for Arizona here.
That's a good player. I just have to think of what is the
Well, Michael Wilson and Greg Dortch are both floor players. I feel like Virgil might have the highest ceiling outside of Marvin Harrison Jr., but what type of production and opportunity, what type of opportunities in production is he going to put up if he gets a chance to play? That's really the question.
I guess the direction that the Cardinals are trying to go, they're trying to create a high-powered offense, not for this year, but for the next couple of years, because if you already got Harrison, you got Beth, you got Love,
McBride at tight end. Trey McBride, the tight end.
You got McBride. I'm trying to remember all this off the top of my head.
You got Paris Johnson Jr. at left tackle, but they haven't addressed right tackle yet. So,
yeah, maybe the Cardinals' whole thing is, even if we can't hit this year, maybe by next year we can have an offense.
And the Panthers just took a backup center, Sam Hecht, who I did not. Sam Hecht's a guy. I don't know if I have it. Let's see here. Sam Hecht. I am looking up what we got here with Sam Hecht. Okay, 86 overall for potential. 86 for Sam Hecht. That's not bad. Sam Hecht, not a bad pick. I felt there were better options, but he does have starter potential, and the Panthers lost 2 centers. So I'm just happy they picked a center. I'm just happy Dave Tepper decided to stop torturing Bryce Young with a lack of quality centers. So the Chargers are up, and then the Browns are on deck, and then the Commanders are up. So
it also trying to figure out what the Cardinals are trying to do, because
they haven't drafted a center or a right tackle yet, and they don't have a right guard. They let the guy Willie Hernandez, the UTEP right guard, go. So right now the Cardinals have Elijah Wilkinson replacing Jonah Williams, which feels like a downgrade, and then they have Isaiah Adams at right guard. But Nick Barrett, South Carolina defensive tackle, is the Chargers' pick. I think Nick Barrett.
That's not a bad pick at all. It's right good value at this point in the draft. He'll be a backup now, but it's good value, and he'll have a chance to develop.
Where will he play in a 34 defense, though? That's my question. 6'3". The weight's not listed. Would he be a nose tackle? Would he be a 34 defensive end? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm just going to list him as a 34 defensive end. I'm not sure if Nick Barrett.
Yeah, because to be a strong nose tackle, you have to be at a certain size. So if you don't have the weight, it would just be fixed.
322. So yeah, he probably is the backup nose tackle.
That's a tough one to gauge if they don't have a weight listed.
I've got a weight listed 322 according to ESPN. So if he's 322, that is a backup nose tackle. Won't start, but he'll be a backup nose tackle, rotational player.
322 is good size for a nose tackle. He's not overpowered. He's not going to be one of these guys that just holds up everybody. 2-3 guys that are currently. Yeah, he's going to hold his own. He's going to hold his weight. Going back up to his tackle, they're not going to push for him. And if he gets a little more size, gets a little more strength on it, then we can look at potentially starting later down the road. So
the Browns have traded 148 to Seattle for a 2027 fourth rounder. And at 146, the Browns have selected Parker Brailsford. Parker Brailsford, the Alabama center. My second best center behind Coogan is a Brown. I had a fourth on Brailsford. So this is really good value for him at this point in the draft.
I always have issues with his mobility.
Yeah.
And how he does things when it comes to being in the middle. And it makes me wonder now, because there's a lot of speculation.
Oh, and the Browns got a 2027 fourth round pick from Seattle. Gave the Browns a 2027 fourth round pick. So the Browns have an extra fourth in next year's draft.
We have speculation on what Lookin's offense is going to look like, whether it's going to look like what he had for Georgia or a hybrid or whatever. And that pick tells me that maybe he might be looking at a potential hybrid offense between what he had at Georgia and what he had with the Ravens. And he's been around long enough that he can pull it off. But it just kind of makes you think a little bit about the type of offense that he's trying to implement. And OTAs aren't going to tell us a lot.
No, they really aren't. Well, Nick Barrett lined up at 30. Nick Barrett lined up in the 5 technique. He did. I'm kind of curious to see what happens with Brailsford. I feel like he does need to put on a little bit of weight, but I think this is good value here since I had him in the mid to late 4th round and you get him very early in round 5.
Yeah, because one of the things I took away was that Jenkins could move to right guard and kick the other Jenkins out because it moves the other right guard that they have precedent over the left guard. But if he puts on some weight, that could move him in to the center position, which would end up working in creating new offensive line dynamics. So this is a really interesting pick with a really interesting player. If there was another offensive lineman, I wouldn't have thought much about it, but he really fits in an interesting way in this offense. So I'm really interested to see how this works with how he is handled. So, and because he's an Alabama player, we're always going to have a little more interest in him because he's from Alabama. You not agree Alabama could make a little more?
Yeah, and the Commanders are about to announce their 3rd pick of the day. First pick of today, but 3rd pick of the draft. Sonny Styles and Antonio Williams are their first 2 picks. They got Antonio Williams in round 3 and Sonny Styles in round 1. Commanders are about to announce their pick. And then the Seahawks are also about to announce their first pick. And then the Browns have 149. They don't have 148, but they have 149. And the Commanders select Joshua Josephs, right end Tennessee. He played left end next to James Pierce Jr. last year, took over at right end this year. And the Commanders needed an edge rusher, so I really like that pick. I had Joshua Josephs in the early 4th round, and you get him in the 5th round, where you can have him challenge your starters, but you don't have to rush him into the starting lineup. I really like the value there with Josephs at 147. Because he was in my top 110, and you get him at 147, 37 picks later. So
I just really like that he was really versatile in being able to go back and forth and still be as successful as he was. So, I mean, that itself made me.
The ESPN was about to announce the Seahawks pick, and you got this lame commercial with the Philly fanatic, Steely McBeam, and they're interrupting the Seahawks. Freaking, you know, if the Eagles mascot and Howie Roseman just decided to start a commercial with the visitpa.com, that would just be the most dick thing for the Eagles to do to the Seahawks right as they're about to announce their pick.
It's not like they won the Super Bowl last year or anything.
Shit.
Why would you ever want to interrupt the Super Bowl champion on draft on?
With a commercial, but that's the Visit PA commercial. It's got the Phillies mascot, the Eagles mascot. It's got Steely McBeam, a Pirates mascot, the Pirate Parrot, the Pierogies. Gritty was barred from the commercial, though. Gritty, the Flyers mascot, was barred from the commercial, even though the Flyers lead the Penguins 3-0. The Penguins mascot was also not in the Visit PA commercial. So just find that to be a little bit fascinating. Damn, Wake Forest is beating Georgia Tech 10-0 in baseball. Georgia Tech's got 2 first-round picks, including a top 5 pick. They're losing 10-0 to Wake Forest at home. That is just brutal. That's almost as brutal as the Seahawks having to wait to make a pick today. Or the Patriots, because the Patriots still don't pick until 171. The Seahawks, who are they moving up for? Seattle selects so the Raiders get so the Saints are getting Tyree Wilson and a 2026 7th round pick for 2026 5th. And remember, the Raiders took Tyree Wilson over Jalen Carter. I gave Orange Raiders a ton of shit for it. So the Saints acquire Tyree Wilson and a 7th round pick. The Raiders acquire a 2026 5th round pick, as Tyree Wilson has been traded from the Saints to the Raiders for a 5th round pick after going 7th overall. That is a player trade, first player trade of day 3. First player trade of draft weekend, actually. So, yeah, Tyree Wilson's a Saint. And Bo Stevens, the Iowa left guard that I had a 2nd round grade on, is a Seattle Seahawk. And the backup to Gray Zabel, that is a great situation for him. Could not have worked out better. I think if Bo Stevens had gone anywhere else, he might be able to push for a starting job, but he'll be a very good backup to Gray Zabel on Seattle. I actually like him more than Zabel, but Zabel did a hell of a job as a rookie last year. But yeah, Bo Stevens to the Seahawks in round. So that's the guy the Seahawks took. That's who Seattle gave up a 4th round pick to get, which I think that's a good deal. Because I had a late 2nd on Bo Stevens. So to get him and you give the Browns a 4th next year, I think that's a good return. I mean, it's a good deal for Seattle. Because if they had gotten a bad player with that pick, okay, the Browns may have won that trade. And the Browns have just selected Alabama linebacker Justin Jefferson.
The Browns had another player? Really, tell me this? Browns had another Alabama player.
Yeah, I've got an 86 for potential on Justin Jefferson. He was a Mike linebacker. Yeah, Justin Jefferson, the Alabama middle linebacker. He will be a backup to Carson Swessinger.
I heard you correctly.
Yes.
I know who he is. It's odd for you to hear just the same team paid 12 Alabama players or 2 of 8 players a few picks apart, from one school.
Yeah.
I'm cool with Justin. I like Justin. I didn't think he was overpowered. I didn't think he was.
I've got an 86 for potential on Justin Jefferson, but I had a 77 on Carson Schlesinger last year, and he won Defensive Rookie of the Year. Jefferson's going to be the backup to Schlesinger, though. Yeah, he'll be a great backup, but yeah. I agree. He's got to develop, and the Raiders are announcing their pick from Mexico City, Mexico. The Raiders are selecting, this is the Tornadoes flag football team. They have the Raider logo. Dalton Johnson, strong safety, Arizona. I had Dalton Johnson in the 4th round. This guy, he can play free safety too. So the trio of Arizona defensive backs. Damn, the Raiders are building a really good secondary here. And honestly, if the Raiders keep Stukes at corner, I think they can move Dalton Johnson to free safety and start him right away. But I think more than likely you'll probably see Dalton Johnson start out as a backup because Jeremy Chin only signed a 1-year deal. I think Dalton Johnson will be starting by 2027. So I really like this pick for that reason. Because I think I gave Dalton Johnson an A- or higher in man zone and press coverage. And I have a 90 potential on Dalton Johnson. So to get a safety with borderline Pro Bowl upside in round 5, that is incredible value by the Raiders. And this is the 3rd defensive back with a 90 overall or higher for potential the Raiders have gotten in this draft. They got Mendoza, Stukes, and tackle. They got Jermod McCoy. That secondary is going to be sick in 2027. And if they get a player like a Jeremiah Smith or a Leonard Moore out of Notre Dame, that's really going to elevate the secondary to a whole new level. And Carolina, with the Dolphins pick, they take Penn State free safeties Akee Wheatley, a player Tony Mario wanted in the 3rd round. And Panthers get him as a free safety for depth. I do like the value of that pick. And the Browns did have 152, but the Broncos have acquired that pick. I'm not sure if that was for my previous trade between the Broncos and Browns, or if the Broncos gave the Browns some draft capital to move up. I think Barry has most of the core guys he wants, so that's why he's willing to move some of these late round picks for guys in next year's class.
I think so as well. When he left after the 2nd pick in the 3rd round and just left Coach Monken and his scouts to do the picking, I think he realized, hey, I've got my core. I've got other things I need to do. I can look at trades or whatever. I can look at future capital. There are 8 other picks that I had to figure out what to do with. In this draft, or whatever it was. I think 5 other picks.
Ooh, the Broncos have just taken a tight end.
So, I just don't think that important for him at this point.
Well, the Broncos, they made a hell of a pick. Justin Jolly, my 3rd best tight end in this entire draft. Justin Jolly goes to the Broncos in round 5. And I think if the Browns had kept this pick and picked Jolly, he would be tight end 2 behind Harold Fannin. But with all the receiver packages they're going to deploy, I don't think the Browns are going to need 2 tight ends. But yeah, Justin Jolly, really good value pick here.
There's actually a theory talked out this morning that says with how good Austin is, there are going to be some times you don't really need a tight end because Boston's going to be bigger
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
But, Jolly, we got like a 92 on Jolly for potential. We had a 93 on Eli Stowers, and we had a 95 on Sadiq. So Justin Jolly goes tight end room with Adam Troutman, Evan Ingram. Now the Broncos have 3 tight ends, and They take Kentucky's Jagger Burton. Jaeger Burton, 0 sacks allowed, 413 snaps, and 83 for potential. Backup grade, but 0 sacks allowed on 480 snaps. So, and you're getting him as a backup to Sean Ryan, the UCLA center that you just extended. And he also has the versatility to play left guard. But Joshua Braun played left guard last year. Let's see if Williams Niners can finally get a steal here at 154. It took them until the end of the 4th round to get a player with starter potential that's not a massive reach. Because I liked Stribling, but I think I had like an 88 for potential in Stribling. There were just so many other better receivers on the board. And I like Stribling's floor was lower than the Ole Miss receiver they got in last year's draft. But the Niners are up. Williams Niners up at 154 here. So the Ravens originally had this pick. The 49ers now own this pick. And this is the pick they got from the Ravens in the trade where the Ravens moved into the 4th round. And the Ravens, if you remember, the Ravens took, with that comp pick, the Ravens took, you remember with that comp, was it a comp pick? It was Matthew Hibner. So the Ravens took Matthew Hibner. Because even I had a 5th round grade on Trigg, but there were reports that both USC and Ole Miss expelled Trigg, and even if it's BS, that is why he has not been picked yet. He got dismissed from both USC and Ole Miss before enrolling in Baylor, and they're saying he did. Those schools are saying he didn't enter the portal. He got dismissed, straight up expelled from both schools. So if that's the case, those character concerns are why Dane Brugler put him at 180 at the end of the 5th round. Charlie Campbell had him going to the Browns in round 5 with one of those early picks, but he's still there. I mocked him to the Lions at 157, but the Niners now have 154. So we'll see what they do here. Brian Parker is my number 1 best player available. But, you know, the Niners have $30 million, so they could sign David Njoku. But the thing is, Travis Kelce only took $12 million for this year, and Travis Kelce took $12 million, and Dallas Goedert took $7 million. And the Niners took Jaden Duggar out of Louisiana. A 79 potential grade on Jaden Duggar. So, no, that is not a great pick by the Niners. But he had 126 total tackles, but his potential maxes out at 79. So you're getting a player that's very consistent, but has a very limited ceiling. But if you're getting him as a main backup to Fred Warner, that's not a bad pick. If you only want him to be a backup to Fred Warner and you don't want him to pose a threat to Fred Warner, that's not a bad pick here. Because you're looking for a guy who's super productive but doesn't have the upside to be a threat to Fred Warner. And that's exactly what this guy is. And the Buccaneers go DeMonte Capehart from Clemson. I'm not sure how much DeMonte Capehart weighs. 315, so we'll put him as a backup because they need a backup nose tackle to Vita Vea. But yeah, right now the best value pick of round 5 is probably Justin Jolly, my number 3 tight end. 92 potential. I had 91 on both, or 90. I think I had 92 on Bo Stevens, who's like my last 92. But I had Jolly higher on my board, so I think Jolly's probably the best value pick. The Colts, George Gums Jr. Not even the best edge rusher on Florida. That's Tyreek Sapp. So the Colts waste this pick on a backup. And now the Lions are up. The Lions select Keith Abney II, cornerback, Arizona State. I had him at 79, just barely inside the top 80, and that is a great value pick by the Lions in the 5th round. Keith Abney. He's a corner I did have Pro Bowl upside grade on, and you get him at 157. That is just incredible value by the Lions. 10 deflections, 2 picks.
I'm not exactly blown away by it, but it's a nice pick.
I think he could beat it. I think he could supplant DJ Reed as the number 2 corner, but right now with your nickel corner, Amik Robertson gone, that's not a bad player to come in and compete for the nickel corner job at this point in the 5th round. That's really good value. So again, that's a great value pick by Detroit. And then the Dolphins at 158 are up. The Miami Dolphins are waiting to make a pick here. And the Dolphins are going to select Dolphins have 5 picks remaining, but I don't feel like they moved the needle with this draft. The Dolphins select Michael Taffy, a 2nd-round safety that we had at 60 on our big board. Michael Taffy, free safety, Texas. We had him at 60th overall on our big board, and the Dolphins get him at 158, nearly 100 spots later. fourth best safety in the draft, best safety behind Emmanuel McNeil-Ward in this draft, and you get him at nearly 100 spots after he was projected to go. And Michael Taffy was one of the guys William was looking at for his Niners, so that's a really good value pick by Miami. That's as much as I hate to say it, that is probably their best pick of the entire day from a value standpoint. Of the entire draft, that might be their best value pick. And then the Vikings are up at 159. Dolphins. On the Vikings. So the Vikings still on the board here. My loyalty at the moment is with Minnesota. That is Minnesota Wild executive Mike Modano, who played for the North Stars and the Dallas Stars. And then you got the Stars fan saying, tear down the statue. Don't do that. I mean, that Mike Modano was probably the most iconic player in Dallas Stars history and North Stars history for that matter. You don't tear down his statue. And the Vikings select Michigan fullback Max Breseden. He was considered the top fullback by most. I have the Navy fullback Alex Texa as the number one fullback. But ESPN is listing Max Breseden as a tight end, but he was a fullback at Michigan. So, but their listing was a tight end, but he's a fullback. So he's also the younger brother of former Michigan fullback Ben Bredesen. So the Vikings take the first fullback at 159. Tony Mario's Buccaneers are up. Let's see what we got here. All right, so the iPad's at 8%. I probably should charge it pretty soon. But I will let's see. Let's get the iPad charged a little bit. Let's try to get it charged up a little bit until the Patriots pick. We'll get it charged a little bit up until the Patriots pick. I don't know how long that'll hold up, but we will try our best to get it charged until then. Yeah, I didn't click on the low power mode on, so yeah. The Buccaneers, shit. What the hell do the Buccaneers do? You don't skip the Billy Schroff, Notre Dame left guard. So the Buccaneers take Billy Schroff, the Notre Dame left guard. That was my first pick in round 7. And the Steelers have traded this pick to the Chiefs. So the Chiefs are making a trade with the Steelers here. And the Kansas City Chiefs are going to select So Billy Schroth, the Notre Dame left guard, went to the Buccaneers at 160, and the Chiefs have traded up with Pittsburgh at 161. So the Chiefs are on the clock, Joey. The Chiefs are on the clock. So we're waiting to see what the Chiefs do with the Steelers pick here. Chiefs have selected the Chiefs at 161 have selected. We don't know who they've selected yet. We know Billy Schroth is just been picked by the Buccaneers, and they're showing his highlights. But yeah, the Chiefs pick is in. It's just hasn't been announced yet. And I'm imagining ESPN is going to announce that pick any minute now. Emmett Johnson, who was in my top 40. And I had Jadarian Price going in the 5th round of the Chiefs. But Emmett Johnson, my number 3 running back, who we had, he was number 3 behind Jonah Coleman and Jeremiah Love, but ran a really bad 40 time. The Chiefs get him as the backup to Kenneth Walker III. Emmett Johnson, that is a fantastic pick by Kansas City. That is probably the best value pick this round now. Yeah, and the Chiefs, it's like now punch in the backfield. And with the Chiefs having that guy behind Walker, they could be more run heavy with this group. And you look at what the Chiefs have done in this draft, they've gotten a lot of good value with these picks they've had today. They got Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas, Mansour Delane, Oregon corner in this draft, and now they've got Emmett Johnson, who was Mel Kiper's 5th best available player, and I think he was in my top 5 as well. But yeah, board here, looking at our draft simulator. Brian Parker's the only player in my top 32 still there. Then we had Diego Pavia as the 2nd best available player. And then number 3 on our boards, Pat Coogan out of Indiana. And then Emmett Johnson's 4th. So Emmett Johnson was 4th on our big board. And the Chiefs just took him at 161. We had him at 41st on the simulator. So the Chiefs just got the 41st best player on our simulator at 161. Nearly 120 spots later. And that's why Joey wants to drink. It's that got a player. We had 41st at 161st by trading up with Pittsburgh. It's almost like Pittsburgh saying, you know what? If the Browns are within striking distance of the rest of the AFC, let's help the Chiefs out so that they aren't in striking distance. It's like, if we can't win, let's devalue our division rivals. That's basically the message the Steelers are sending. Yes, that is a chump mindset, but that is the mindset they have. So, but yeah, Emmett Johnson's a great value pick here. Yeah, the Ravens were looking at Emmett Johnson, too. If it makes you feel better, Joey, the Ravens were looking at Emmett Johnson. So the Chiefs and Steelers worked together to snipe the Ravens out of Emmett Johnson. So I don't think you would have wanted Emmett Johnson on the Ravens with Derrick Henry in that loaded backfield. So you're not happy about it either way, but it's like, yeah. The Ravens are taking a moment to mourn the Baltimore Orioles, who just got spanked 17-1 by the Boston Red Sox. So the Ravens are taking a moment of silence for the Orioles, who lost 17-1 in Camden Yards, the Red Sox. And now the pick is in after the moment of silence. And the Ravens select Chandler Rivers, Duke corner. Chandler Rivers is a Raven, Joey. Chandler Rivers, I had an early third on him. So late second, early third on Chandler Rivers, and he goes to the Ravens in round number 5. So the Ravens just increasing their quarterback depth with the addition of Chandler Rivers. That is a great pick here. Basically, Rivers and TJ Tampa are going to be competing for the dime job, though, Joey, because right now you've got your number 1 corner is T. Higgins. Then you've got Awuzie as your boundary. Your nickel is Marlon Humphrey. So basically, TJ Tampa's the dime corner right now, but he's going to have to compete with Rivers for that job. I mean, Rivers and Tampa was a 2024 third-round pick. Rivers is a 5th-round pick, but Rivers had more upside coming out of college. So that's going to be quite a position battle. But regardless, the Ravens have top 5 players now at each position. The Vikings take Charles Demings from Stephen F. Austin. The Vikings finally draft a corner in the 5th round. Yeah, and the Minnesota Wild, they have these mess with Texas rally towels. So they mess with Texas by drafting Stephen F. Austin corner Charles Demings. I mean, those Wild fans meant mess with Texas in the most literal way possible by drafting a Texas corner on Stephen F. Austin. But the Jaguars are up at 164, and the pick is in. The Jaguars. A lot of good value picks in day 3. I feel like the value picks in day 3 are just better. Brian Parker's still on the board. So if Brian Parker is picked in this round, that'll be the cover photo. If not, we're going to go Emmett Johnson, but we'll look that up after the round is over. And it's 2:59. We're approaching 3. I think round 3 is going to go by. Round 6 is going to go by real quick. Round 5 is going to be long, but we're already halfway through it. Over halfway through round 5, because it starts at 141 and ends at 181. So we're already over halfway through round 5. And round 6 goes from 182 to 216. So I think we might actually get through round 6 by the time it's 4:15, 4:30. So, and then we're going to have a really long round 7 starting at 4:30. If I had to guess. And the Jaguars pick is in. So the Lions have canceled their rookie mini camp. Tanner Kozoil, my number one tight end on the board, is a Jaguar. And yes, I think Tanner Kozoil will start for Jacksonville because they did draft a tight end ahead of Tanner Kozoil in the second round, but he sucks. But Tanner Kozoil, we had him graded higher than Max Clare, and the Jaguars get him in the 5th round. So I think the Jags just got their future starting tight end with this selection, and that is a fantastic pick in round 5. Tanner Kozoil to Jacksonville. He's probably a day 1 starter there. And the Titans have selected. Tennessee Titans select the Titans pick is in. Nicholas Singleton. So the Titans draft Nicholas Singleton. The Jags getting Tanner Kozoil. The Bears are back up at 166. And then the Bills at 167. The Bears select frickin' Mrs. T's Pirate Pierogies are at the draft. They're having a race. The Bears are still here. I'm not sure if Joey's still here. He is. I'm just charging the iPad. What are we at for the iPad? We're at 12%. Why is the iPad so incredibly slow when I'm on TalkShoe? All right, so the Bears pick is in. But yeah, Emmett Johnson to the Chiefs, Tanner Kozoil to the Jags, Justin Jolly to the Broncos. Those are some of the vintage picks in this round. And with Kozoil going to Jacksonville, I think that leaves Michael Trigg as the best tight end on the board. But I would think the character concerns and him, the schools, USC, Ole Miss, saying he got dismissed there before rolling in Baylor, that's a reason why he's still on the board. It's a very big reason why he's still on the board. The Bears have selected Keyshawn Elliott. I had Keyshawn Elliott going in the 200s, the early 200s. So that's a little bit of a reach, but he's a really good weak side linebacker, and he could potentially replace TJ Edwards down the road. If Edwards cannot stay healthy, that is a guy who could replace him as a starter down the road. 92 tackles, 10 tackles for loss, 7 sacks, 18 fourth down stops this year. Just very good production from Keyshawn Elliott at Arizona State. So I really like that selection there by the Bears at 166. And now the Bills are up with back-to-back selections at 167 and 168. Buffalo is sending 168 to Detroit in exchange for 181 and 213. So the Lions have just made a trade with the Bills. The Lions have made a trade with the Bills. Who do the Bills pick at 167? So the Bills have selected 167. Bills have 167, and they're trading 168 to Detroit. Like, that's just been confirmed on X, but ESPN's a little bit behind. And we still don't know who's going 167 to Buffalo. All right, so the Bills. The Bills have just selected one of your favorites, Joey. It's Jalen Kilgore out of South Carolina, who we had a 5th-round grade on. He had him in the 170s, but he's just been selected by the Bills at 167. And that is a really good, strong safety to add to this room after losing Taylor Rapp. So Jalen Kilgore to the Bills at 167.
One of the guys he can play the strong, or he can play the nickel down. He plays both values. He's aggressive and he's a good playmaker. So that's a great team.
And they got their nickel corner in round 2, so, and they got Skylar Bell as well. I mean, the Bills are getting the depth pieces they need if they want to make a run at the Super Bowl with this draft this year. So, you know, the Bills, and then the Lions are going to have 168 thanks to the trade they made with the Bills. So, and 169 was the Chiefs pick. It's now the Steelers pick from the Rams. And yes, I'm definitely going to pivot to the Lions pretty soon. My Patriots are almost on the clock again. And the Lions have selected Harold Perkins Jr. out of LSU. Harold Perkins, this is a guy that, you know, he was considered a first rounder 2 years ago before injuries. And you get Harold Perkins at this point in the draft. That is really good value here. I think I had a 6th or a 5th on Harold Perkins. So, yeah, to get him this late in the draft, that is really good value. Nope, never mind. The Kendrick Law out of Kentucky. The Harold Perkins thing was bullshit. The pick is Kendrick Law out of Kentucky. Kendrick Law. Steelers are up at 169. Browns have 170, thanks to the trade they made with the Broncos, and the Patriots have 171. But look at the Bills draft, Joey. TJ Parker, Davison Igbinosun. They reach for Jude Bowery, but they get Skylar Bell at receiver, Caleb Elam's Orr at linebacker, and Kilgore at strong safety. Outside of reaching for Jude Bowery, the Bills have had an excellent draft. And the pick is in. And then the Browns have 170 now, which was the Broncos pick. So your Browns are back on the clock. Then my Patriots are back up. So I will get the talk shoe microphone. I will get the iPad on talk shoe and I'll bring it back in here. I don't think we gained a lot of battery, but where are we at? We're at 15%. I'll take that. We were at 7%, so we doubled our battery. It's not a lot of battery, but just for the Browns and Patriots segments, I will gladly take that before we put the charger back in. So yeah. The Steelers have not selected yet. We don't know who they're picking. Riley Nowakowski, Indiana tight end? Really? I don't believe that's who they're... Yeah, it's Nowakowski, Indiana tight end. So the Steelers take a third-string tight end. Steelers take a third-string tight end who's not as good as Freiermuth or Darnell Washington. But not really, but there's lots of good tight ends in the board. Michael Trigg Williams, best favorite tight end still there, but I think the character concerns are why he hasn't been picked yet, Joey. I mean, both USC and Ole Miss said he got dismissed from the university, which is different than entering the portal and leaving those schools. Even if it's bullshit, there's enough there for some teams to want to take him off their boards because of that. He played, yeah, and he played linebacker, fullback, and tight end in his career. And I was guessing that this pick was a Connor Hayward replacement with Connor Hayward gone, and that's exactly what it is. Because they lost their fullback and their string tight end, Connor Hayward, and that's exactly why they took this guy. The Steelers took this guy. They wanted a Connor Hayward replacement. Tony Grossi is saying that Cincinnati tight end Joe Royer, who's my number 2 tight end behind Michael Trigg, I have an 89 out of 99 potential on both Trigg and Royer. Browns are taking Royer according to Tony Grossi. I don't think he would make that up. So I'm going to put that in as the pick at 170. I don't think Tony Grossi would make that up, Joey. And that's a good pick at this point because I think he can be a really good number 2 tight end to Harold Fannin.
At this point, he'll be the number 2 position. So.
Yeah, it was either him or Trigg, and these character concerns with Trigg must be real if all these other tight ends are going ahead of him. And the Patriots are up. See what the Patriots and Elliott Wolf decide to do. Karan Prunty, Wake Forest corner. Okay, Elliott Wolf didn't fuck up here. Karan Prunty has a potential grade of 85 out of 99, which is barely cuts it as a starter, but 91 for speed, 87 for agility, 84 for awareness, 76 for tackling, an 86 for man coverage, an 88 for zone, and an 84 for press coverage. And you're getting him as a dime corner behind Marcus Jones, behind Carlton Davis, behind Christian Gonzalez as an Alex Austin replacement. Not who I would have picked, but I'm not going to complain. You got a guy with barely enough upside to be a starter in the 5th round, and he looks pretty consistent across the board. So I'm not going to complain about that, Joey. I'm not going to give Elliott Wolf shit for that. I'm not at the point where I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt with every pick like I do with Jim Nill and the Dallas Stars, but I'm not going to complain about that pick either. And that's been the type of draft this has been by the Patriots for the most part. They got Eli Raridan, they got Gabe Jacos, they got Caleb Lomu, and then they got Prunty. They haven't moved the needle, but they haven't made a pick that's so horrible that you can complain about either. So, and I do like this pick. I don't think it's a reach by any means. So I do like the pick here. And he's a 6'2" corner. So I do like that pick. But I'm beginning to think, let's see. The Niners have a I think the Niners do have 179 from the Jets. Forgot to update that on the news ticker, but I think the Niners do have that exact pick number. So And the Saints at 172. I think we've only seen 5 quarterbacks picked today. I don't think the Saints are going to pick a quarterback here with Show and with Rattler. I don't see them picking one. But I could see Nussmeier here simply because it's his dad, simply because it's So we're at the point where Mel Kiper and myself both have Brian Parker as the best player on the board. That's where we're at in the draft, Joey. When Mel Kiper and I agree. Okay, I'm guessing Joey's phone died. That is easily the best value the Ravens have gotten. I had Ione at 38. And Lorenzo Styles Jr. is a Saint. And Lorenzo Styles Jr., he can play cornerback as well as strong safety with his versatility. The Ravens are up, Emmanuel, and, you got back-to-back picks here. All right, so the Ravens are on the clock here, and, we'll see. We're at the point in the draft, though, where Mel Kiper and I have the same number 1 player on the board. The Ravens can get Brian Parker here after getting Surratt. This is the type of draft that when you and the Ravens select. The Ravens select. Josh Cuevas, the Alabama tight end. I think we have a backup grade on Josh Cuevas. So the Ravens reach for a backup tight end, Josh Cuevas, who is worse than Kolar, worse than Isaiah Likely. Yeah, and the Ravens have 174. They haven't made the pick yet. They haven't turned the card in yet, but you know, the Raiders have 175. The Chiefs have 176. So I think this is going to be very interesting to see how the rest of this draft plays out. Okay. Listen, you got to stop unplugging. You're not allowed to have a mind of your own. You're an LED ticker. You are not allowed to have a mind of your own. You stay in and you do what you're told. So Carolina, Ottawa 0-0. If the Hurricanes win today, Ottawa's eliminated from the playoffs. And Adam Randall. The Ravens select Adam Randall, the Clemson running back. That is a great pickup. That's a nice pick here. I did have an 87 for potential on Adam Randall. He had a good pro day at Clemson, so I really like the value here. And .62, 190, 4.45 speed, dominated his pro day. Hezekiah Masses, cornerback Cal. I do like Hezekiah Masses as a depth corner, nickel corner. If you move Stooks to free safety, I do think Masses could start. But right now, Hezekiah Masses will probably be a dime corner, and then when Eric Stokes leaves, he'll have an opportunity to play nickel. But yeah, you're seeing the Raiders elevate that secondary like the Seahawks. So yeah, the Chiefs are on the clock here. Cyrus Allen. Barely enough potential to be a starter, but I do like that pick here. He's a guy who could challenge Jalen Royals. I like Cyrus Allen more than Jeff Caldwell. There's a lot of people hyping up Caldwell. But you got the Dolphins and you got the Eagles. Kevin Coleman Jr., wide receiver, Missouri. I have a 4th round grade on Kevin Coleman Jr. That is a great pick. He's a receiver with Pro Bowl potential still on the board. And that is the best receiver the Dolphins have. And Kevin Coleman Jr., he's raw, but he has enough upside to develop into a Stephon Diggs type value pick think Stephon Diggs coming out of Maryland, where he became the #1 receiver, that's the type of value you could be getting. We're still here on Talk Shoe, folks. Yeah, so we're still here on Talk Shoe. Yeah, we're still here. I just hope TalkShoe doesn't disconnect me. But yeah. So 177 was Kevin Coleman Jr. We're down to the last 4 picks in round number 5. And the Eagles here, it's going to be an interesting draft. Cole Payton. Fran Duffy has leaked the Eagles' 5th round pick. It is Cole Payton out of North Dakota State. And Cole Payton, Eagles already have Andy Dalton, Tanner McKee, and Jalen Hurts on the roster. So Cole Payton, he'll probably do scout team this year and then be the 3rd stringer or backup to Hurts if Roseman can bring back McKee or Dalton on a cheap team-friendly deal. So Cole Payton becomes the 6th quarterback drafted this year. So Cole Payton is... I think it might be Trig here. We'll see. Grayson, Halton, and Prysock. Yeah. So Enrique Cruz Jr., the Kansas Jayhawks left tackle, is the Niners' final pick. And the Dolphins There are a lot of reaches in this draft. The Bills have the final pick here in round 5. Sadao Traore, first draft pick from NFL Academy. South London, England. Zane Durant. Zane Durant, 7th-round player, but you get him as a 34 left end. I think he's an upgrade over Zach Pickens. So that's a really good pick to end the 5th round. Okay, why is the computer off? We're still on the live stream, guys. Yes, so we're still here. Taylor Green. Emmett Johnson. So Taylor Green, Carson Sherrar. So the Browns go at Taylor Green here. Bauer Sharp out of LSU. And the 7th quarterback is Arkansas quarterback Taylon Green. Katron Allen, that is a hell of a pick in round 6. Katron Allen is Katron Allen is easily the best value pick of round 6 right now. Yes, so Elijah Haven, 5-star recruit, number 1 recruit in class of 2027, is going to Alabama. Inez Cooper, right guard, Miami. And Brian Parker is a Bengal. And the Jaguars get Josh Cameron at 191. So, yes, we're on pick 193 now. I'm going to use the restroom. But yeah, a lot of progress has been made. Um, I know we're still live, guys. And the iPad's at 34%. So, So yes. Jack Kelly is a giant, and Jack Kelly is a giant. So Jack Kelly, the edge rusher from don't give a shit. The Raiders got Malik Benson. But looking at this round, Pat Coogan and Brian Parker were the best value picks this round. And so looking at this, the Raiders are going to get there's just a lot of picks here in round. There's a lot of picks still here in round 6. The Damone Claiborne pick is a low-key good pick. And the Vikings get this pick back from New England in exchange for a 6th. Emmanuel Henderson Jr. DJ Campbell is a Dolphin at pick 200. And the Packers get Domani Jackson at 201. I had an early 4th on Domani Jackson. This is really good value. And Domani Jackson is a better pick than Brandon Cease. I can say that much. So the value you're getting here with Jackson is really good value in the late rounds. And so, yeah, a lot of really good value picks here. I think Pavi is atop my board, but he might go undrafted. So the Chargers are up, and the Chargers are going to select Logan Taylor, the right guard from Boston College. Really good value pick here. Chargers took Logan Taylor. CJ Williams out of Stanford. And the Texans got this pick from the Chargers. Yes, so we got the Houston Texans 6th round pick. Lewis Bond. I had a Lewis Bond is actually good, so and you get a really good receiver for depth that you can stash and develop. .206 Chargers. Eagles take Micah Morris, Georgia left guard. Yep, so the Commanders. Matt Golbin, Michigan State center. That's a great pick in round 6. Matt Golbin's a player that, Matt Golbin's a player we had a 4th round grade on. There have been some really good value picks in this round. Dalen Everett was a good pick in round 3, but Aller. So yeah, Gabriel Rubio from Notre Dame. Notre Dame nose tackle to the Steelers. So then the Ravens have 211. Patriots have 212. Ryan Eckley, punter, Michigan State. Behold. Jordan Vandenberg. Almost down. We're almost done with round. We're almost done with round 6. We got 3 picks left, and then it's on to round 7. All right, so Caden Curry. That is a fantastic pick. I have a 4th round grade on Caden Curry, and you grab him here in the 6th round. Actually played high school football in Indiana, went to Ohio State, played all 4 of their years there. Great pickup. Well, the Colts at 214. Getting a sack artist. Getting another sack artist in that defense. Falcons. Um, so the Falcons and the Seahawks have the last 2 picks in round 6, and it's 5:25 now. It's almost 5:30, and Harold Perkins Jr. I actually really like that pick. Jaden Williams, he's a right tackle on Ole Miss. Anthony Smith from East Carolina is the pick. Okay, that's a good pick. We had Anthony Smith in our draft rankings. Yeah, we're on the final round here. And I've got the 2 picks in for round number. We've got 2 picks in for round number 7. Yeah, so we're on round 7 now. We've got the first 2 picks of round 7 in. TJ Hall, cornerback, Iowa. So far among this group, Anthony Smith is the leader to get a cover photo for round 7. But yeah, after that, we've got Pavia in the mix. Should we look at the simulator here? So everyone in the top 32 is off the board. Pavia. Mikhail Kamara is available as well. Red Murdoch's still available. Buffalo middle linebacker. Buffalo Bulls middle linebacker. Really good tape. Josh Motton's still available too. So is Aiden Fisher, the Indiana outside linebacker. So the Bills are on the clock at 2:20 here. Toriano Pride Jr. out of Missouri. So we're on 220 picks. And the Bengals at 221. I know. Final round here. So wait, the Timberwolves are hosting the Nuggets. No, they both play in different arenas. That's why logistically that works. All right, so the Bengals are playing. The Bengals are on the clock here at 2:21. It's round 7. And the Lions now up Yeah, Steelers are up at 224, but yeah, Kali Kamakis, Ethan Kali Kamakis. Well, he actually does have starter potential at an 86, but yeah, 86 out of 99 is where he maxes out. I see him being a backup to Jaden Daniels down the road. And a third stringer behind Daniels and Mariota, but an effective one if he gets the right opportunity to develop. Robert Spears Jennings, free safety, Oklahoma. I had him in the 6th round. That is low key a great pick. I think I may have had him in the 5th round, but that is low key. No, I had him in the 6th round, but that is low key a great pick in round 7. So I'm looking at Anthony Smith, Robert Spears Jennings, maybe Jack Endries. Those are the 3 I'm looking at right now for the cover photo for round 7. But yes, Robert Spears Jennings is still on the board. There's a lot of players still available in the final round. Spears Jennings is the pick. So if we can't get Pavia in round 7, the next best player on our board is next best player available, I believe, is Red Murdoch out of Buffalo. And then after Red Murdoch out of Buffalo, we've got Aiden Fisher out of Indiana, Jaden Roberts out of Alabama. So those 3 all, and Tim Keenan, the 3rd, nose tackle, Alabama. Those 3 all available still in round 7. But everyone in my top 32 is gone. So uh, 225. So we're waiting. We're waiting for a really good value pick to come off the board here. I don't expect Pavia to get picked, but we'll see. And it's mainly the attitude, I think. Yeah. All right. Titans. Titans. Tennessee Titans. Jaron Kanak, tight end, Oklahoma. Bengals are going to take. So the Bengals at 226. They are announcing the last pick. Yeah, Zach Wall's former teammate of Pat Tillman announcing this pick. And at 226, the Bengals select Landon Robinson, defensive tackle, Navy. That is a great pick. I had a third-round grade on Landon Robinson. You got him in round 7. That is probably the best value pick of this round so far. And frankly, it's not even close. So So 227's in. And the Panthers select Jackson Kuwatch. Not even the best player on Miami, Ohio's defense. Okay, let's go put this water up. And we're still live on TalkShoe, which is good. iPad's at 71%. So iPad's at 71%. That's great. I think we'll bring the iPad back out. So yeah, we're gonna bring the iPad in here. Would we like it to be a little bit higher? Yes, but I think with the last few picks, with the last few picks, we're on 228 now. And we've got about 30 picks left, so VJ Payne, the Kansas State strong safety that I liked in the 5th round. That is a good value pick. Obviously, I'm just going to go through the picks. I'm starting to get a really bad headache. I want to relax. I probably want to watch the Stars game. So relax, take a nap. I did not get any sleep last night. I worked on getting the code up, getting the grades up, getting the pictures up. I'll get the pictures up for round 7. I'll show you all the pictures for each of the draft grades one more time. I'm not going to go through every grade, but I'll show you like what we have all that stuff. Brandon Cleveland. This is a guy Tony Mario told me about. North Carolina State nose tackle. Tony Mario had him going in the 6th round, and Cleveland ends up being the nose tackle the Raiders draft. And this is the Steelers' last pick at 230 here. Just been an awful. Well, I don't know if I'd say awful. I thought Max Ihine in round 1 was an awful pick. But yeah, we have our own big board. So we're going to base our grading largely based off that. So if someone tells us, oh, the Patriots draft sucked, blah, 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 they're not looking at the big picture. They're just trying to rattle me. They're not invested in my brand. They're just trying to put me in my place. And I see right through that bullshit. And Eli Heidenreich, the Navy running back from Mount Lebanon, is the Steelers' last pick. I had this guy going at the end of the 4th round. No, I had him going at the end of the 5th round. So this is a great value pick in round 7 with the Steelers' final pick. Then you got the Falcons, you got the Rams. So that is a good story. It's a good value pick. I would argue that outside of Jennings Dunker, this might be the Steelers' best value pick. Oh, boy. That's impressive. Eli Heidenreich. No notes. Stupid. Ohio State backup left tackle Ethan Onyenwaya is the pick here. So that is the pick here. We're still on Restream. We're still on TalkShoe. And you know, I'm definitely curious as to what's going to happen here with these last few picks. Tim Keenan. And yes, Tim Keenan is an amazing pick here in round 7 for the Rams. I have a second round grade on Tim Keenan. That is one of the candidates for if one of the players on our board that is an excellent pick by the Rams in round 7. Tim Keenan, my number 3 defensive tackle in this entire draft, is a Ram. Yeah, because we already gave the Jags a right end earlier in the draft. Zach Durfee would be the backup left end if he made the roster. Baron Morton! The Patriots take Baron Morton, which is what I did in the group mock on Facebook, and they get him in round 7. That is an amazing value pick, but Baron Morton and Nussmeier were probably the top 2 picks in terms of value. Gavin Gerhardt. So the Vikings take Gavin Gerhardt. Seahawks pick Andre Fuller, Toledo corner. And I will have grades. I'll update the draft simulator. I'll do all that good stuff. But I am very tired. I'm probably going to take a nap, watch the Stars game, and then update some grades and some stuff on the draft simulator. I will leave links to that in the description, guys. So if you want to check out the draft grades for each day of the draft, I will leave that in the description for each of the videos. So for like day 1 of the draft, you'll get the first round grades, day 2 of the draft, etc., etc. And I'm going to do that for each day of the draft. So yeah, I am a little bit tired, but yeah. Colts at 237 are on the board. Um, Seth McGowan, the Kentucky running back, is a Colt. Twenty picks left. Max Lewin. Yeah, Ethan Hurkett's the right end. He's the defensive end that's good. And then the Bills have 239 now. So the Bills take Tommy Doman, the punter out of Florida. Parker Hughes from Middle Tennessee State. The Bills with 241. And then you've got Armaj Reed Adams. Excellent pick. I had Armaj Reed Adams in the third round. I had him higher than I had Armaj Reed Adams higher than Chase Bistonis. So that is an excellent value pick in round 7. The Bills are really crushing this draft. Mm-hmm. And then you got the Seahawks at 242. Aiden Fisher was one of the players that we had going very high in this draft. We had Aiden Fisher going in the second round. So Cole Wisniewski. Jam Miller. Alabama running back Jam Miller is the pick. And you got some people making some pies with whipped cream at the NFL draft in Pittsburgh. It's not pecan pie, it's pumpkin pie. Kuiper's pick. That old whipped cream called Kuiper's pick. Oh boy. So the Patriots at 247. This is our last pick, I believe. And I do like the Jam Miller pick by Elliott Wolf, getting a third string running back. Quintavious Hutchins. Carson Ryan, who I am very high on Carson Ryan. One of my top after Michael Trigg, I believe he's the best route runner in the draft among the tight ends. So the Browns getting him at 230, 248. Really good value pick here. And that will do it for the teams that do not have comp picks. So now we go to the comp picks, and then we're pretty much done. Garrett Nussmeier is a Chief. And the dogs on the couch celebrating Garrett getting drafted. And then the Ravens have 250 The Eagles have 251. So, yes. Rayshon Benny. So the Ravens select Rayshon Benny at 250. That is a great pick. Yeah, and Rayshon Benny will probably replace Broderick Washington next year. So that's a sneaky good pick in round 7. So we're on pick 251. I don't know why I did that. I'm just tired, and I am going to take a nap after this. I've got all the picks typed on our news ticker. I know I've got a lot of work to do for the draft simulator. We got a lot of work to do for the draft simulator because not only are we going to add players that were picked, we're going to add players and just see what the board looks like. Now the Eagles have the next 2 picks, and then the Ravens are back up at 253 because the Rams traded both these picks to the Eagles. And Howie Roseman's not afraid to move back. Yeah. 256, 252. Yeah, and the 1935 NFL draft originated at May in a meeting in Pittsburgh, so that's kind of why they went back here to pay homage to that. Seahawks select Michael Dansby, Arizona. Really? And now the Broncos' last 2 picks of the draft. Dalton Bentley out of Utah. So the Broncos take their second tight end. They go with Dalton Bentley out of Utah. And the final pick is underway. But they've got Justin Jolly and Dallin Bentley. The Broncos. Red Murdoch. I had Red Murdoch at 51 on our big board. He was our second highest player available. Red Murdoch out of Buffalo is Mr. Relevant, and we had him at 51 on our big board. So it will be Red Murdoch that gets the round 7 cover photo. Mr. Relevant. Yeah, so Red Murdoch. And Red Murdoch will be the photo for the round 7 draft grades. So yes, but yeah, I'm gonna get the photo up. We're about to sign off because I'm getting tired. I'm starting to get sleepy. All right, so yeah, I'm about ready to sign off, guys. We'll get all this stuff updated. Um, but yeah, thank you guys for tuning in to every pick in the draft. It's Chris Ransom. See you next time. And I'm just getting the Red Murdoch photo up so we can put it on the site. And then I'm just gonna probably relax the rest of the night. Yeah, I know I could drink some coffee. I want to relax for at least an hour, watch the end of this Wild Stars game. I've got the photos up. Um, okay. And Red Murdoch is a great addition here. Okay. So yeah, good show. We got all the picks in.